watch me crumble. You will see me come undone. Faithfully, I will look over. There I'll find what you've become. Help me lose my mind, and you bring me something I can't define. Help me lose my mind, make me wonder what I've felt before. Keep biding my time, how much longer have I been waiting for? Jealousy will be washed over. Carefully, we will come through. Could it be easy to start over? Somehow I
Buddy.
will bring you to.
Hello. Happy Monday. Happy top of the week.
Help me lose my mind.
I feel tired today.
Something I can't define. Help me lose my mind.
I feel it's a Monday. It was a long weekend. I know. I did a lot of things this weekend. I was trying to read my book outside this afternoon. I was like, my brain just feels cooked. Just absolutely cooked. Wasn't supposed to be your day off. Well, we were supposed to do a podcast today, but Sam got back and was like, if we could do it Tuesday, that would be great. It was like, yeah, of course. But Mecha Break loved our gameplay so much, they asked us back. I was like, yeah, absolutely, please. Hey, look, it's the MVP. It's me. Do they even know? It's like the meme of the guy holding the cup in the corner, and he's like, do they even know that I was MVP twice in Mecha Break? Do you actually like it? I do. It is chaotic, but it's really fun when you get the hang of it. So get that mecha bag. You know what? I'll take it. You at Ludwig's party last night? Yeah, and then I went, oh, Hannah, thank you for the 10 months. I went to Ludwig's birthday, and I thought I was just gonna kind of, like, I was so tired when I went over there. I was just gonna dip in and dip out, and I just, like, I didn't have it in me to be super social. But I don't know. It was like a strange night where I'm not even trying to like toot my own horn, humble brag. A lot of people just like wanted to have conversations about stuff, and I was like, oh. Like I talked to, I mean, I had some great conversations, but I was talking to Falco, and he started talking about like AI and stuff, and I went, all right, I got to put a pin in this. Like, I don't know if it's because people know that I, like, talk about a lot of things. I don't know. But it really was, like, one of those nights where I just wanted to just get in, say hi to Cutie and Lud, drop off my gift, and leave. And people were in like a very conversational mood last night. And I went, oh gosh. Oh gosh. It does look fun. Mech games are usually a pretty good time. It's really fun. So I'm gonna play. Anyway. So I'm gonna play more Mecha Break tonight. So we'll look at some news and stuff. I want to take a look at what's happening with the floods. Maya was on the news. Maya has been. She had a crew of people at Alveus today, trying to clean up the mess from the floodwaters, and then she also went on the news. She is our Gen Z Jane Goodall. She is. That would be so cool if they could collab. They heard you were MVP. I did see Shroud and Hannah at the party, and I was like, you guys, I was MVP twice in Mecha Break. Okay, just me with my drink in the corner. Do they even know that I was MVP twice in Mecha Break? You see your cousin gave 5K? Yeah, her cousin, Ryan Higa. Yeah, you know, gotta support the family. I can't believe the news wanted to know about the Wine About It breakup. Oh yeah, to be clear, Maya went on the news because they wanted to know what was happening with Wine About It. Not to have her on to talk about Alveus or anything. Like, hey, we got to talk to you about the big news. Wine About It. Breaking up, but then coming back together. Did they interview Georgie? I don't know. Here, let's take a look. Well, I was going to start off the stream with something very special. So before we look at Maya on the news, let's start off with something really special. I know it was a long weekend. It's been a long week. It's been a long year. It's one of those like weeks where decades happen, you know? So I thought we could all use something to brighten our day.
And she knows just what it takes to make a pro blush. All the boys think she's a spy. She's got Betty Davis eyes. And she knows just what it takes to make a pro blush.
Why does she sound like Rod Stewart?
All the boys think she's a spy.
And why is she dressed like a 1950s Stepford wife?
Got Betty Davis eyes.
I don't know. You have to see this caption. Wait, is this the one that I saw? Wait. Okay, I will mute this. After singing this song, Betty Davis Eyes live as a cover. Her caption on the post: I decided to go to the studio and record a vocal on it. I got the final version of the song in today. Thinking about maybe releasing it at the end of this week on Spotify. Would you want me to? / would you stream it if I did? Like, the reason I'm asking why is she dressed this way, because like Betty Davis Eyes is a song from the 80s. Like, it's very much so an 80s track. Why is she doing now that she's dating a man? Why is she doing trad wife core? What is happening? Why? Also, this sounds like shit. It's so awful. If you don't know this song, like, please, I just have to play a little bit. Like, this is a classic.
Her hair is hollow gold, her lips sweet surprise.
You know, like, like Kim Carnes she has a little bit of that gravel, but it works. It's sexy, you know? It's 80s.
Her hands are never cold. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll turn her music on you. You won't have
Also,
to think twice.
she looks so cool.
She's pure as New York snow. She got Betty Davis eyes. And she'll tease you. She'll unease you. All the better just to please you. She's precocious. And she knows just what it takes to make a pro blush. She got Greta Garbo, stand offside. She's got Betty Davis eyes.
Like, she sounds sexy, and then I'm sorry to have to do this to you again.
Just what it takes to make a pro blush.
Also, I'm like, the auto-tune. The auto-tune is killing me. It's fucking killing me, man. It just sounds like Vocal Fry auto-tune.
All the boys think she's a spy. She's got Betty Davis eyes.
The auto-tune, the Vocal Fry, and then also the aesthetics. Why did we go with these aesthetics? I just have so many questions. I do. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hope it ends up going like this. It's the 10-year anniversary of Rita Ora not getting 100,000 retweets. Dropping my new song Monday if this gets 100,000 retweets. By the way, my Twitter got hacked. Somebody's threatening to release new music I've worked really hard on. Nothing comes out until I'm ready. Or the bots insist on it. When it's ready, we will drop the music. Luckily, I caught the hacker really quickly and deleted the post. Thank you. You know, I just have to say, like, if ever you're on Twitter and you're doing this format of like, if I get X amount of likes, X amount of retweets, like I'll post this, I'll do this. If it's something you legitimately want to do, you got to keep that number low, okay? You gotta have like a really reasonable number. If it's something you don't want to do, then yeah, be like 1 million retweets and I post whole, like whatever. Although in that case, you might actually get it. If this video gets 2 likes, I'll do a face reveal. This kind of shit cracks me up. It's the 10-year anniversary of Rita Ora. Pop culture stands will never, like, this kind of stuff is ingrained in their brain holes. They're like, oh yeah, remember 10 years ago when Rita Ora tweeted that she would drop a new song on Monday if this got 100,000 retweets? Don't let you live anything down. Who would hack Rita Ora's account to say this? Like, who would hack Rita Ora's account to be like, I'm gonna drop my new song on Monday if this gets 100,000 retweets? Holy shit. Yeah, it's giving good luck booking that stage that you speak of, Rihanna on Twitter. That lives forever in my brain. Good luck booking that stage that you speak of. This is my favorite kind of tweet. If Florida State loses to BC this weekend, I will eat dog shit out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of me doing it. Book it. Yeah. That's someone who's like definitely willing to do that. Like is like, yeah, no, I would eat dog shit out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of me doing it. And did it happen? I don't know. Did Florida State lose to BC? What the hell's BC? British Columbia? I don't know. What? Florida State lost. So, did they? Florida State lost to Boston College. And did Gudge eat dog shit out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of him doing it? This was week 1 of the season and FSU had a massive fall off all season. This tweet is blamed for it. Yeah, this guy probably had to go into hiding. Oh, he deleted his account? Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, let me look at JoJo's. Okay, wait, what is it? You look happier. Thank you. This is my mornings now, and I've perfected how to make the perfect tea. No, no offense. What does that even mean? I have perfected how to make the perfect tea. You put a tea bag in water? Like, what else does she put maybe a little honey in it? What? She's like, she learned how to boil the water. I can't imagine that JoJo Siwa's tea is. So I don't understand. Is she just like now? Has she just completely dropped the look that she had when it was the Karma era, which was what, 6 months ago? When the hell did that came out in the last year? Okay, so this, I guess this is the new JoJo Siwa vibe. That's what we got going on. Don't be mean. Maybe she speaks poems to it. Yeah, maybe she like dresses as a trad wife and makes a perfect cup of tea while like vacuuming at the same time. They're realizing that couples online get attention. Yeah, this very much so, like, whatever. It's not that, it's not that like gay couples, heterosexual couples, whatever, influencer couples don't do this all the time. But this very much so does feel like a let's have a relationship for TikTok. Chris's reaction is just everything. Oh, okay, whatever. I don't care. This is what I wanted to show you guys. We got new music coming out from JoJo Siwa, and it is the worst cover I have ever heard of Betty Davis Eyes. Auto-tuned AF. Trad wife core. Feels like a PR move. Yeah, I mean, look, when your entire life is just
It is truth.
being on TV, being a brand, being famous for doing things that are like eye-catching, that are attention-grabbing, that are like ridiculous, That's what it's all about. Okay, to no one's surprise, Nandre, what up? Where are you? There you are. It is truth. Nandre, do you have this bookmarked? Do you have Betty Davis? JoJo Siwa's Betty Davis Eyes cover bookmarked. Save it. Okay. Pre-save Spotify. Okay. So we talked about this yesterday. Basically James Gunn was like, yeah, this is a story about an immigrant. It's always been. And of course, like, what's crazy is this should show you how stupid everything is, right? That everything now you can just predict is going to have the anti-woke police, is going to have like Fox News all over it. How many fucking Superman movies have there been? How long has Superman been around? Superman has always it's always had the resonance of an immigrant story. He is somebody who comes from another planet to this planet and like saves everybody on the fucking planet. Truly, like, it is such a sign of the current times that this all just gets used as fodder for the culture wars. Like, oh my God, see the woke Superman. And it's like, man, I don't think James Gunn is making a specifically woke leftist movie. He was simply identifying. Yeah, he didn't. What do you mean he didn't immigrate the right way as an alien? He was simply identifying that the story of Superman has always been that of the story of an immigrant. Like, always. God, these people. Seriously, do they ever get tired? Do they ever get tired of hearing themselves speak, of just always manufacturing outrage? They have to be exhausted. They have to be like, oh, are we doing this again? Or the checks keep clearing. So I don't know.
And you should see the people sitting for the national anthem for God Bless America. It's
I can't believe that we've come down to that. And I don't know. We don't go to the movie theater to be lectured to and to have somebody throw their ideology onto us. I wonder if it'll be successful.
You know what it says on his cape? MS-13.
Wow.
Is it superimposed or it actually says that?
It is super.
Just on the knuckles.
Superimposed.
One more thing is up next.
And I went to the
Oh my God. Oh. You know what it says on his cape? MS-13. God, they're so corny. They are such unserious people. They are so. Oh. Just a bunch of dumb bitches thing. Exactly. Like I mean it. Are they? Do they just never get exhausted by the same song and dance every single time now? Every time there's a superhero movie with a black guy in it. Oh, look, we have a movie with two female leads. Oh, look, a non-white person got cast in a role that previously a white person had played. Like, holy shit. It's easy and they have no moral compass. I know the reasons why they do it. I just look at this and I'm like, I mean this too for people, for like viewers. Aren't you guys tired? Like, seriously, don't you look around for 1 second and be like, yeah, you know, the thing that I'm going to be outraged over is the Superman movie, not the fact that I'm losing healthcare or like, look at the floods in Texas. No, it's Superman being an immigrant. I'm exhausted about the anti-woke shit because it is exhausting. It's so exhausting. Truly. Zasloff was holding gun at point here. Blah, 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 blah. Which countries, I asked Gunn, does he think viewers will believe are being alluded to here? I don't really know, he says quickly, but when I wrote this, the Middle Eastern conflict wasn't happening. So I try to do little things to move it away from that, but it doesn't have anything to do with the Middle East. Zasov's like, it's an invasion by a much more powerful country run by a despot into a country that's problematic in terms of totally no defense against the other country. It's really fictional. Right. Like, truly, James Gunn's statements on Superman, like Superman is the story of America, an immigrant coming from another world trying to make a life here. But for me, it's mostly about how basic human kindness is a value have been lost. That's not even controversial. That is literally the story of Superman. That has been the story for 100 years or however long Superman has for I don't know when was the first Superman. 1952 was when it was a series, The Adventures of Superman. Okay, yeah, so forever. And then the comic has been around for like at least 20 years before that. It's Every time Jesse Waters speaks, it needs to be stated that he started dating his now wife after he purposely let the air out of her car tire. Yeah, he's a fucking stalker freak. Psycho. He's a creep. He's a creep. He met his wife because he stalked her, and he like ruined her tires so that she had to get a ride home from him. It might not be movie of the year, and yeah, it's a major franchise, but Jurassic World pulled 300 mil opening weekend with a woman, gay man, and black man at the top billing and isn't being called woke. Yeah, you know, maybe it's because I don't know. Maybe it's just specifically because it's Jurassic Park that like anything to do with superheroes, Disney movies seems to always get the Fox News treatment and the anti woke brigade. Superman was literally the face of pro-immigrant propaganda. I mean, honestly, in many ways, our culture has progressed. Okay, I recognize that. You know, lot of good changes have happened, but in others, the way that we just live in this relentless culture of woke, just pointing fingers at everything and calling it woke, and it's like, what are you even talking about anymore? What are you even fucking talking about? And it's like, man, it's not that throughout history there haven't been pockets of people protesting progressiveness in media, right? Like diversity in media. But it's just the way now that it's so capitalized on, that it's so manufactured, right? It's so manufactured. Look at this. In a recently much circulated image of a 1950s era color poster, Superman can be seen speaking to school children about the importance of respecting diversity. Whoa! Hold on, that sounds pretty woke to me. Only a tiny number of these posters are thought to still exist, and little information remains about how the poster came to be. But what we do know is that it was not the original source of that powerful image and statement. In 1949, DC produced the same image and text, originally for a 12 by 18 brown paper school book cover that was distributed to schools by the Institute of American Democracy, an offshoot of the Anti-Defamation League. While the author of Superman's Reminder of the American Creed is unknown, the art is believed to be noted Superman artist Wayne Boring. 1949 was also the year that DC began publishing, in conjunction with the National Social Welfare Assembly, a long-running series of public service messages using its characters in the pages of its comic book. And remember, boys and girls, your school, like our country, is made up of Americans of many different races, religions, and national origins. So if you hear anybody talk against a schoolmate or anyone else because of his religion, race, or national origin, don't wait. Tell him that kind of talk is un-American. Help keep your school all American. Like this switch from, America being this melting pot, like all these different religions and races and, origin of nationality, and how being against that is what's un-American. Sean Gunn just responded to Fox News.
Your brother talked about Superman being an immigrant. And now
Sean Gunn
is already upset that he's called Superman an immigrant. I wanted to get your reaction.
My reaction to that is that it is exactly what the movie is about, I think. That, we support our people. We love our immigrants. Yes, Superman is an immigrant. And yes, the people that we support in this country are immigrants. And if you don't like that, then you're not American. People who say no to immigrants are against the American way. They're against what the American dream is all about.
Yeah, honestly, as far as this whole reclaiming of America, okay, I'm sorry. It's not Beyonce draped in the American flag. It's pointing out that if you are opposed to immigrants, if you are anti-immigrant, then you are anti-America. Then you are un-American. That, the idea of America being that of a country of immigrants, being built by immigrants. So you can see the cogs in his brain turning on how to form the sentence without swearing. Yeah, he's like, how do I explain this when really what I want to say is fuck you, Fox. Fuck off, MAGA. Fuck off, Fox News. But let me explain this a little bit more appropriately.
Your boss, your brother, talked about Superman being an immigrant.
America's spirit needs to be rekindled and understood with healthy curiosity and bravery again. Yeah, and it's just it's crazy because Superman is like the immigrant in all of comic book history, because he is the greatest superhero, like as far as his strength. Now, don't come for me, okay? I'm just explaining it as I understand it. But that he came from another planet that was dying. Like Krypton was, he had to leave Krypton, and his parents sent him away in search of a better life. And and he came to America, and what he does is to save people, is to like make the world safer, make the country that he emigrated to a better place for all. So can we have a segment where Caroline explains every superhero from her memory alone? It's not even my memory, it's like Will in my ear explaining everything. This is a clip from Smallville. Okay, I used to fuck with this show
have no
heavy.
choice. We have to call immigration.
I told Javier he'd be safe here, and I meant it.
I want to help this boy as much as you do, but I took an oath to uphold the law.
All he's trying to do is find his mom.
I know, but we have to go through the proper legal channels.
Was it legal when you forged my adoption papers? I'm
Got
an illegal
her.
immigrant, Mom.
Got
You've been
her.
harboring me for over 17 years.
Your situation was entirely different. We had to protect you.
And I need to protect Javier. If I don't defend him, who will?
I mean, I know that, okay, look, Smallville was a very popular show. I'm not saying that it's on the level of like what the Superman movie will be, but seriously, it's like when that came out, what, in 2000 and early 2000s was when that show was on air. Do you remember just waves of outrage? Oh, Superman it's political, like woke. No, of course not, because that is a thing now. That's the anti-woke brigades. Soups on undocumented immigrants. You don't understand, Superman. These refugees are in our country illegally. So am I. Yeah, like James Gunn is telling the story of Superman as it has been told for almost 100 years. He is not changing the core tenets of Superman's story, which is why his statements were not controversial, and they were not him like adding politics into something where politics had never existed. Caroline's Superman voice was spot on. I thought he was in there with her. Thank you. So am I. Please, Smallville was baiting the Clark and Lex ship the whole time. I know. Superman's top variance is Soviet Superman. Yes, Will explained this to me one time. Yes, dude. Actually, this was like a week ago that he told me about this because I had no idea. But he's like, there was a comic. There was an issue labeled Superman Red Sun, and it was basically the premise of what if Superman had been raised in the Soviet Union. The story mixes alternate versions of DC superheroes with alternate reality versions of real political figures such as Joseph Stalin and John F. Kennedy. The series spans approximately 1953 to 2001. His cape says dirty commie on it. The series spans 53 to 2001, save for a futuristic epilogue. In Red Sun, Superman's rocket ship lands on a Ukrainian collective farm rather than in Kansas. As an adult, he becomes a state-sponsored superhero whose civilian identity is kept a state secret and who in Soviet radio broadcasts is described not as fighting for truth, justice, and the American way, but as the champion of the common worker who fights a never-ending battle for Stalin, socialism, and the international expansion of the Warsaw Pact. And this one... This received critical acclaim and was nominated for the 2004 Eisner Award for Best Limited Series. Can you fucking imagine if somebody were to like adapt Superman Red Son into a film or TV show today? The outcry. Like if this were to be done today, or like if this issue were to be written today. They did, but when did that come out? Let me see. Okay, live action TV. The fourth season of Supergirl adapts concepts from the story. Film in 2017, Jordan Vaught Roberts had pitched a live action adaptation for Superman Red Son to Warner Brothers, but the studio passed on it. No surprise. In 2024, Matthew Vaughn expressed interest to direct a film adaptation of the comic book starring Henry Cavill, who previously portrayed Superman in the DC Extended Universe. Chuck, thank you for the 28 months. In 2013, James Tucker expressed interest in making an animated movie adaptation of Red Son for DC Universe animated original movies. The animated adaptation of the comic was later released as part of this line above. Jason Isaacs starred as Superman opposite Amy Acker as Lois Lane, Diedrich Bader as Luth Lether, Lex Luthor, and Paul Williams as Brainiac, with Roger Craig Smith as Batman and Vanessa Marshall as Wonder Woman. The film was released digitally on February 25th, 2020, and on 4K Ultra HD and Blu-ray on March 17th. Luth Lether. Superman is one of the few pieces of media that can do this to me. Well, I said yesterday that I had heard, I have heard that it's very good. So we shall see, because it comes out soon. Luth Lether is the NC-17 version. Hi, my name is Luth Lether. Oh.
Good fart dance.
The right wing has warped people's brains. Superman has always been on the side of the disadvantage. It's just stupid. It's just so outrageous. James Gunn, Superman is an immigrant. Yeah, he is. He always has been. And this has been mentioned in previous iterations of Superman. This is not the first time that this has been brought up in relation to the character. This quick video does a really good job of explaining why Superman
struggling
is
to
literally
do.
a socialist.
And one of the things that human beings have always done is they've told stories, right? We know about ancient Greek myths and legends. We know about some of the stories from the Native American tradition, some of the stories from Africa, some of the stories from ancient Europe. You know, myths and legends, stories, they have a special place in the human species. It's part of the way we point to higher truths.
Zor-El, thank you for the 25 months.
And I think that's just as true now as it was in ancient times. And there's one particular story that was written about 80 years ago that I think all of us here should still know pretty well. If I said to you, faster than a speeding bullet, faster than a locomotive, able to leap a tall building in a single bound, look up at the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman. Right? Superman was first written in 1939.
It's Superman.
My grandparents knew who Superman was, and I think it's pretty safe to say that my grandchildren are going to know who Superman was, right? It's a story that just speaks to us, right? So Superman, he's an alien from another planet. He's crash landed on Earth. He looks just like any other human being, but he's got superpowers, and he could rule the world if he wants to, but he doesn't. Instead, he lives a humble life as mild-mannered Clark Kent. He's got those glasses on, and no one can recognize him. It's like the perfect disguise, right? And you know, he goes around, and instead of using his powers to rule over people and to oppress people, he uses his powers to protect the innocent, right? And he's a humble guy. He doesn't like violence. He doesn't want to hurt anybody. He just wants to live a decent life and protect those who are in need. around the world, Superman is actually considered to be a very American story, you know, and not just Superman, but the whole genre of superheroes, Batman, Spider-Man, all of that is considered to be very, very American. And that gives me hope, because if Americans can love Superman, then Americans can love socialism.
Socialism.
Bear with me, that might sound like a shock. I told you Superman was first written by two comic book writers in Cleveland in 1939. Well, one of Superman's first actions was to save a group of striking miners, right? These miners were on strike, their crooked boss was looking to go after them, so Superman flies in and rescues them. And those early Superman comics are full of statements against racism and condemning racism and bigotry. Now, today that might sound like just some lame liberal, you know, we hear that everywhere. Back in 1939, when Jim Crow segregation was still in effect and lynchings were taking place, the fact that this nationally syndicated comic book was denouncing racism was a very big deal. And don't forget that during the Second World War, in the radio version of Superman, Superman actually fought the Ku Klux Klan. Right? They called them the Knights of the Fiery Cross, and he fought against the Klan. Why? Well, the Second World War was going on, and fascism was the enemy, and the Soviet Union was the ally. And these Klansmen, they were admiring Hitler, and they were preaching racism, and they were dividing the country and helping the enemy. So Superman went into battle to fight the Klansmen. Who's Lex Luthor? Who's Lex Luthor? So he's a bald guy.
But does Superman condom hummus? That's what we need to know. Does Superman condom hummus? That before we get into anything else.
A maniacally evil bald guy. He's using technology, but he's not using technology to make a better life for the people. He's using technology so he can rip people off and hurt the community and make super profits at the expense of everyone else. So basically, Lex Luthor is Jeff Bezos. And whenever Lex Luthor Bezos has another evil plot against the people, what does Superman do? He runs into the nearest phone booth, he changes his costume real fast, and he flies in to rescue the people. And who are the people? It's the working class, those of us who just want to survive, those of us who just want a decent life. Does anyone here know how you say the phrase man of steel in Russian? Yeah, and that wasn't an accident. At the time those comics were published, in 1939, the Communist Party of the United States had tens of thousands of members. And among the unemployment councils and the labor unions and the anti-fascist associations that they led, they had influence over millions of people. In fact, not far from here, just a few blocks up, begins the district that Vito Marcantonio represented in the U.S. Congress. Vito Marcantonio was a friend of the Communist Party, a member of the International Workers' Order. He represented New York City, Harlem, in the U.S. Congress. At that point, you know, a lot of amazing people were associated with the Communist Party. Paul Robeson, a very famous singer. Langston Hughes. In fact, Langston Hughes, the famous African-American poet for the 1932 convention of the Communist Party, he actually wrote a poem, and it went like this. He said, "Put one more S in the USA. Let's make it Soviet. Put one more S in the USA. Oh, we can win it yet. Once the land belongs to the farmers and the factories to working men, the USA, when we take control, will be the USSA then." That was Langston Hughes.
Damn. Here, if you want the link to that. Also, I was reading this in a 1975 press release. Jerry Siegel, who was one of the creators of Superman, he gave his reasonings for the creation of the Superman character that would eventually become world famous. Unsurprisingly, they reflected the political and social problems of the 1930s a great deal. What led me into conceiving Superman in the early 30s is a quote from him: listening to President Roosevelt's fireside chats, being unemployed and worrying about the Depression, and knowing hopelessness and fear. Hearing and reading of the oppression and slaughter of helpless oppressed Jews in Nazi Germany, seeing movies depicting the horrors of privation suffered by the downtrodden, reading of gallant crusading heroes in the pulps, and seeing equally crusading heroes on the screen in feature films and movie serials. I had the great urge to help the despairing masses somehow. Now, could I help them when I could barely help myself? Superman was the answer. And Superman, aiding the downtrodden and the oppressed, has caught the imagination of the world. Yeah, I mean, so much of what becomes popular culture is created out of like the response to economic and social conditions. And Superman is no exception to that. Superman was created in the 30s in this time of great economic and social distress and transformation. And Superman was created as not just a reflection of the times, but also as like a yes, albeit fictional, but non-fictional way of looking at how do we how do we fix these issues of standing up to the powerful in this world who are oppressing the vulnerable masses. I mean, it's just, anyway, so we know it's outrageous. We know the outrage is always outrageous, but it's also just stupid. Like, it's just so stupid. And these dumbasses who are constantly manufacturing outrage around, around a piece of pop culture being suddenly woke, when it's like, okay, you just have no understanding of the history of this superhero. It's like people complaining that Star Trek is too political now. Wild. Yeah, like sci-fi, social commentary and sci-fi being this new thing. Anyway, so silly. Sci-fi literally started with Frankenstein, which you know. Yeah, the Frankenstein, which was directed by a gay man, and that certainly his identity and his lived experience played a role and was written by a woman who was queer. So, don't know what to tell you. You should see all the anime fans being surprised that their mecha show is political. See, this gets into the whole, I worry so much about our just absolute lack of understanding how to engage with art and like having any desire to connect with art in a way that's not just like, oh, let me be entertained without any serious thought. I mean, media literacy, it's not like a lack of media literacy is something that's new. Back in the day, like when The Wizard of Oz first premiered, people were calling into radio stations being like, we need to burn Margaret Hamilton, the actress who played the witch, at the stake because they thought she was a witch. Like, they thought she was really doing awful things and wasn't just an actor. Same with, famously War of the Worlds, like people thought that was real. And anyway, but it's the way though that a lack of media literacy has been manipulated, and the way that it's like been manipulated and expounded upon by a large subset of news, like media people, commentators, talking heads, to just stir people into a rage, Like they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing on Fox News when they're like, yeah, how about we dedicate this whole segment to talking about like Superman being MS-13. War of the Worlds, it didn't help that it was a radio series. I know. Well, what they had said was they were like, what you were about to hear is like not real, but they kind of did it in a way where, when people got pissed about Baby Reindeer because they had a very small line that was like, this is fictional, where it presented the show as all factual, even though there was like one line in there, a disclaimer saying like, okay, but it's not like 100% true. That had been a part of the War of the Worlds radio show, where like they did have a line in the beginning where they're like, yeah, this is not real, but then there was some trickery involved there because they wanted they wanted it to be exciting and feel very real. No one thought it was real. That whole story was a marketing myth. Okay, there were definitely people who thought it was real. Now, as far as it being like globally had convinced people it was real, no. But like, I'm just using examples of like, did every single person think the Wizard of Oz was real? No. But to say like no one thought it was real that's not true. And these Orson Welles made Citizen Kane, which is about a rich newspaper asshole. I can't remember some of the real guy, but that's who Orson was playing. Wait. It was a radio play Orson Welles did of that book, and people did believe in ESD, real, like, people in rural areas especially. Yeah, I'm basically just trying to explain that, like, the conversation around, our lack of media literacy is not something that, like, is new. There have been a lot of examples through time that depict people's inability to, like, understand fiction from nonfiction. America barely has a majority of people with literacy, period. Yeah, and now like no one's gonna be able to read and write anymore, so that's chill. All right, let's look at Maya on the news. Here we go. Our animal conservation queen.
It's been going on the last few days.
Caroline, are you fiction? You know what? Some days I wake up and I feel like I am. Joel, thank you for the gift. Thank you for the 2 gifteds. Some days I'm like, am I real? Is any of this real? Am I even awake?
Texas, really unimaginable, but that's just what so many people are now trying to do.
Yeah, not just people affected, but animals as well. Joining us now is Maya.
Yeah, can I just say, too, for all you motherfuckers who are out here, like, celebrating the disaster that these floods have been for the people of Texas, being like, oh, haha, you get what you vote for. All the jokes that have been made, you're disgusting. You are not morally superior. Who's doing that? Obnoxious liberals on Twitter are doing it. But it's gross because every time, like, now big liberal accounts will, when something bad happens, when usually like a climate related disaster happens in a red state, there's this gleeful, like, you get what you vote for sentiment being expressed. And it's like, you guys are just, it really is blue MAGA versus red MAGA. That's what it is. The, like, team sports cult, like, political cult mentality of, oh, you don't care about humans. This is just team sports of, haha, you guys voted for this. It's like, first of all, not every single person who lives in a red state votes Republican, but even for those who do, like, it is still not a moral position to be like, yeah, you deserve to die because of the, horrific policies that have been passed by your state legislature and by the federal government.
Higa, founder and executive director of the Alvis Sanctuary. Tell us a little bit about your sanctuary. I want to start immediately with, it seems like everyone is safe, all your animals are safe, but tell us about where you are, what you do, and how you came to deal with these floods on Friday.
Hi, yeah. So we're an animal sanctuary out in Austin, Texas. We rescue animals from all over the country and then do conservation education programs with them online.
Also, they said Alvis. From Alvis Sanctuary.
The floods were kind of crazy. We had a lot of heavy rain for hours, actual for days.
In the background.
And one of our reservoirs overflowed onto a road, so we lost our road entirely behind me over here.
And what are the main services that you're providing for the animals?
So we rescue animals that are illegally confiscated pets, permanently injured wildlife, and we bring them here and take really good care of them. And then we do...
Look at Wake. Oh, sorry. You guys cannot see because I'm blocking it with my camera. Look at Wake just in the background looking like a Chad.
Conservation education programs online. So we teach people about how they can help our natural world. We have streamers and YouTubers and stuff like that come out. We've had a few in the past couple days come out to fundraise for us to help rebuild this road. But it's an awesome time, but the rain has been crazy.
Well, you mentioned the rain was going on for days. Can you give us a timeline of what it was like late week? The rain, and then once you realized you were going to be dealing with high water, what you needed to do, how you acted?
Yeah, so 2 days ago, it started raining really heavy, which is not super abnormal, but then it just didn't stop. So we were unable to get any staff in or out of the sanctuary the day before yesterday. And so we had one person living on site who was taking care of all of the animals, and myself that was able to get here to take care of the animals. And since then, we've just been trying to rebuild this road. All of our animals are safe and all of our staff are safe. We're really, really lucky for that. But we have a lot of work ahead of us. It's actually been kind of clear today, though. We were scared we were going to get a bunch of rain. I know there's going to be more tonight, though.
Well, tell us about some of the support that has come in since all of this has happened to help you all out.
It's been unreal. So we have done a fundraiser on Instagram. We've been doing fundraisers on Twitch and YouTube as well. We've raised with other streamers coming out here to visit.
Honestly, like, okay, we'll get more into the floods and what the political response has been, and the unfortunate death toll being at up to 100 by now. But just specifically speaking about Maya, I feel like oftentimes when Twitch is being talked about in the media, it's not always for good reasons. And it's why, like, I'm very grateful, not just for the work that Maya does, but also representing live streaming and the platform in a positive way, where it's like, hey, this is something that's happening here on Twitch. This is a thing that is live streamed, and it's very good. Like, this is really good work that's happening here. Truly a bright light on a platform that frequently is just, the news seems to be really bad things that streamers are doing.
At us too, we've raised around $180,000.
Ray got a road named after her, the Valky Way. That's cute. Hassan got a pipe. The Hassan Piper drainage pipe. The Hassan Piper drainage pipe,
which is so much more than I expected, more than anyone could have ever anticipated. So a lot of that will go into rebuilding this road, and then a lot of it will also go into building new bird of prey enclosures. We're going to rescue some hawks and eagles and owls and vultures, hopefully in the future. So we're building new enclosures for them.
Maya, we've showed some of the aerial footage of the damage. Obviously, the road washed out. Looks like a lot of tree damage as well. Can you give us a sense of how many trees were taken down?
Permission to hit the Hassan Piper?
Yeah, so we didn't lose any large trees, actually, but all of the roads leading out here, there's been huge chunks of pavement that have just fallen off the road. I've never seen anything like it. They were floating like ice sheets the first day I tried to get here. We haven't lost a ton of trees, but we lost half of a culvert pipe, which has been a huge problem for us. And there's a bunch of debris floating through the floodwater too, which is kind of scary. So we're doing our best to be safe and get it all out of the water.
Yeah, and I was going to get at what are some of the hazards that you're most concerned about, even going forward, that put the animals in danger?
I should establish a musical theater program for the animals. Yeah, it'll be Caroline Kwan's musical theater classes, and I'm gonna I'm gonna take these animals to Broadway. It'll be something you have never seen before.
The best and safest way to reroute all this water, because there's just so much. It won't stop. And it hasn't rained all day, but it feels like the water hasn't slowed down at all. So we're watching for debris floating through that water. And we're trying to make it so that we don't lose this road again. We have a long road ahead of us to rebuild it all. But that's our main concern, is rerouting this water and keeping everybody safe.
Maya, how long have you lived in the area? A lot of people that we've talked to throughout the weekend have said, it's common for us to get flash flood, even some, fast-moving flash flood waters. Have you seen anything like this?
Absolutely not. No, I've lived here since 2020, so not crazy long. But I've never seen rain like this. We've never had any water wash over this road, let alone take out the entire road. So it's definitely unprecedented for us.
Tell us a story or two about some of the more, let's say, unusual creatures that you have living there and what their special needs might be.
Yeah, so we have a lot of really, really special animal ambassadors here. We call them wildlife ambassadors. We have 2 marmosets. Somebody bought them as pets online in the city of Austin, actually, and he didn't know how to take care of them. So we were able to rescue them. They had metabolic bone disease, dental disease. One of them was not able to use his back legs, and so we were able to bring them to the sanctuary, do rehabilitation, get them totally healthy, and now we have them here to teach people about
a
the exploitation of primates in the pet trade.
Well, Maya Higa, we thank you so much for the work you're doing, and of course for sharing your story, your recap of the weekend, and glad everyone, both people and animals at your location, are safe.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, guys.
Such an important story to tell, because the human impacts are horrible, but so are the impacts on wildlife.
Yeah, absolutely.
And animals of all kinds.
Yay, W Maya. Also, we are going to be doing a concert on Sunday. It's Cuties Icons concert, and we will be raising money for Alveus. It's crazy because the concert had already been planned before the floods happened. So there were floods that happened over the weekend that are absolutely catastrophic. They were caused by extremely heavy rain, and they just been devastating. And up to 100 people thus far are confirmed dead, and there are people who are missing, kids from summer camp. But anyway, so before that had happened, we had planned on this concert,
the death toll,
to raise money for Alveus, and then this happened. So at least this was already in the works. It was already in motion to have a fundraiser, but also a lot of streamer friends have been raising money and helping out. Extremely meaning, yeah, I mean, some in some areas the water rose 26 feet in a matter of hours, or even less than that. It was just staggering. And there's a lot of finger pointing happening right now. Of course, Texas officials came out to try to blame the NWS and the NOAA and be like, well, it's their fault because we didn't get enough warnings. And then people have been talking about the Trump budget cuts to both of those agencies. But then also meteorologists have come out and been like, look, these agencies did what they could do. They had warnings prior to the flooding to the best of their capability, but also budget cuts to these agencies are only going to make it harder to prepare better for these these weather-related disaster events that are only becoming more frequent.
From the catastrophic flooding in central Texas has reached 82 people. Dozens are still unaccounted for following flash flooding over the weekend. The Guadalupe River rose some 26 feet in less than an hour Friday amidst torrential downpours. The rain followed a long drought in the region that left the soil bone dry and increased the potential for flooding. Among the missing are at least 10 girls who attended Camp Mystic, located on the banks of the river. In Kirk County, the most devastated area, at least 40 adults and 28 children have died. This is Kerrville resident Scott Walden describing the terrifying moments before he was swept almost 200 feet by raging floodwaters.
About 6:30 in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning, we heard some thumps. I had a shed around the corner, and the shed started banging against the house. And my wife jumped up and she looked out the back and she said, "There's a river back there." And so we ran to the front, and by the time we grabbed 2 dogs and a set of keys, the water had risen, covered 4 motorcycles, and flooded a Jeep, and then flooded a big truck.
Rescue workers and volunteers are continuing their search for the fourth day. Questions.
There's also a huge problem with Texas GOP refusing to build anti-flooding infrastructure, and that also leads to worse droughts since all this floodwater will wash away rather than being retained. Yes, and there's also the issue of the fact that we are still building in flood-prone areas. Last year, the catastrophic floods in Appalachia in areas that are becoming increasingly developed, even though they are on floodplains. And we are building infrastructure and other projects in these areas that are prone to flooding. And it's part of the problem here too of this isn't just like, this isn't a matter of just like, oh, what could have been done? What could have been done in the days leading up to this? Like, this is a lot of issues compounding that are leading to weather disasters being worse than they should be, and resulting in the deaths of people and just, billions of dollars of damage because of, one, of course, the warming climate, which when it comes to floods, when it comes to tropical storms, like when you have more, when you have warmer weather, then that leaves more moisture in the air, and that is what can result in really, really disastrously heavy rainfall. They refuse to build any weatherproofing infrastructure. They haven't fixed shit since the 2021 winter blackout. Yeah, also, wasn't Ted Cruz wasn't he in Greece? Like, he just got back yesterday, and they're like, no. This was a pre-planned vacation or trip to Greece. When Senator Cruz found out, he immediately made plans to return. And it's like, what is every damn time this guy is somewhere except for the state that he is senator of? Oh, yeah, it's all good. Go ahead. Go to Cancun cruise. I saw someone call him Crete Cruise. Yeah, Cancun, Crete Cruise. What else? Where else are you going to be when disaster strikes the people whose state you are in charge of?
And anger mounting over local authorities' preparedness warnings ahead of the disaster, as well as the current and future role of federal authorities. Experts.
Yeah, also, he did not come back until like a day and a half after death tolls started being reported on.
Say staff shortages at local offices of the National Weather Service and the lack of a local severe weather warning system, which the state wouldn't fund, may have been part of the problem. President Trump has said he plans to phase out FEMA by the end of this year's hurricane season and shift those responsibilities to states. A reporter asked Trump about his plans for FEMA Sunday.
Are you still planning to phase out FEMA? Well, FEMA is something we can talk about later, but right now they're busy working, so we'll leave it at that.
Trump was also asked if the federal government should hire back any of the meteorologists that have been fired in recent months, to which President Trump said, quote, "I wouldn't know that, and I would think not."
Phase up FEMA or
unquote.
phase out FEMA?
Meanwhile, the
Phase
Trump
down.
administration's 2026 budget promises to dismantle critical scientific research programs that could improve early warning capabilities and upgrade technology. That's according to our next guest, who knows these programs extremely well. Dr. Alan Gerard is
Coletti,
the
thank you for
CEO
the
of
11
Balanced
months.
Weather and a retired NOAA meteorologist with more than 3 decades of experience. He's the former head of the Warning Research and Development Division of the NOAA National Severe Storms Laboratory. He's been following the flooding closely on his Substack, Balanced Weather. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Alan Gerard. Thank you so much for being with us. This is absolutely devastating. It looks like well over 100 people have died. About a quarter of them are children. We just heard Trump's response, both on not hiring meteorologists that have been fired and not clear whether FEMA will continue. Yet we hear local officials saying how desperate they are to continue to work with the National Weather Service. Can you talk about what took place and the fact that part of the severe flash flooding was caused by a drought?
Yeah, so we'll start with the flash flood. That area of the country is very vulnerable to flash flooding due to a number of factors, partially just due to the proximity of the Gulf and the moisture that can come up from there. And then also that soil in central Texas, which is also very hilly, when there's a prolonged drought, becomes almost like concrete. So the heavy rainfall just runs off into these river basins that run through the hill country and can create these massive flood waves like what we saw, unfortunately, on the South Fork of the Guadalupe.
And can you talk about the National Weather Service? In a moment, we're going to...
Yeah, to be clear, before someone's like, yeah, there've always been flash floods in areas like this. Yeah, but what's happening is because of climate change, it's making these extreme, unprecedented weather events precedented. So, when you've heard people say over the last couple years, like, wow, I've never seen it this bad before. These are people who live in areas where they're used to weather-related events saying, I have never seen this as bad before. Do you not recognize the frequency that it's occurring? These once in a century disasters that, like, there is no doubt that climate change is making these events more intense and more frequent. So I don't know what to tell you. Like, anyone who's trying to be like, well, there's always been flash floods. Yeah, but global warming is making these events worse. More intense rainfall means more flooding. When the air is warmer, it means that you are going to get more rainfall.
I'm going to talk about the new law, the budget law that went into effect. But the National Weather Service and the depletion of jobs and what is missing, what, most importantly, as we look forward, what is needed?
Yeah, so the National Weather Service, like a lot of federal agencies, went through a significant loss of staff back in the spring with federal buyouts under...
You are incorrect. Global warming is making these events more frequent. Yeah, one thing about me is that I'm a climate change denier.
But Daddy Trump said that Democrat bad.
I know, same train of thought. Sir Clamhammer, what are you talking about? Why? Okay. There's two types of chatters that just make me... Ones who will just continuously be like, it's not climate change. There's always been bad weather that's happened. And then there's the chatter who says the thing that I just said, but is saying that I'm wrong because I'm not saying the thing that I just said. How you phrased it, brother, I literally said there is no denying that climate change is what is leading to these events becoming more frequent and more intense. Use more efficient terminology. No, stop being a stupid fuck. What is wrong with you? Use more efficient. I'm sorry. Do you not know that when we're talking about global warming and climate change, that we're in the same world here? Like, okay. Also, I'm literally showing a Democracy Now! Video where they're talking about climate change. And they're talking about how cuts to these federal agencies is going to only lead to, it's going to only make the responses to these disasters that are happening with more intensity and more frequently worse. Okay? Because, what we need to do is pour money into improving our warning systems, improving our infrastructure, switching to renewable energy, stopping the emissions from fossil fuels that is leading to a warmer climate.
The plans for DOGE and the Office of Personnel Management. And a number of experienced staff were lost. The office in Austin, San Antonio, which is the office that was responsible for the flash flood warnings in this case, have lost two of their most senior staff as part of that. Their warning coordination meteorologist who's responsible for the outreach to emergency management, and the science and operations officer who oversees the operations and training of the meteorology staff. So obviously those are critical positions. I will say that it does appear like overall for the actual event when it occurred, the warnings went out as they should have, and that the office was staffed appropriately. But it is definitely a concern overall, how well the staff overall would have been prepared given those losses, and how well they'll be prepared going forward as we still have all of hurricane season to deal with. And then kind of from a longer term perspective, as you mentioned, the 2026 presidential budget proposal would make significant cuts to NOAA, including completely eliminating NOAA's research line office, the Office of Oceanic and Atmospheric Research. And obviously, if that were to happen, all of this research that's being done to try to improve warnings for events like this would be terminated.
In fact, isn't this weather research lab in Norman, where you are, Norman, Oklahoma, in the crosshairs of the cuts at the federal level where you worked as you were former head of the warning research
Artifacts, thank you for the 22 minutes.
Unit there?
Yes. The division that I was in charge of actually does a lot of research to improve flash flood warnings. The system that the National Weather Service uses to, in real time, estimate the probability of flash flooding and help issue their warnings was developed here in our division at the National Severe Storms Lab. And under the current presidential budget, it would be closed along with all of the other NOAA weather and climate labs.
I mean, from the heat dome that we're seeing in this country and in Europe, I was just in Geneva, it's just scalding. In Spain, the fires outside Barcelona. Can you end by talking about how serious the threat of climate change is right now to the planet, beginning right there in Texas in this horrific flash flooding event that has killed, it looks like, well, over 80, probably over 100, a quarter of them children.
Yeah, as someone that's been doing this for 35 years, I'll admit that early in my career, I was a little skeptical about how much climate change would actually impact the weather events that I would see in my career. But after doing it for 3 decades and seeing the research and actually watching the weather every single day and seeing the increased frequency of these type of events, it's a.
Did you happen to hear about the major flooding in China a few days ago? Yeah, I did. I mean, again, like there. So what happens with I mean, he's about to explain it, but what happens with a world that increasingly is burning fossil fuels, that is putting these very harmful emissions into the atmosphere, is it will lead to these worsening it leads to worsening weather events, and specifically with flooding, what happens is that there is more moisture in the air, and so it results in heavier rainfalls, which then can result in these flash floods like we are seeing here.
Huge concern for me, and I that's part of the reason why, even in retirement, I'm doing this Substack, trying to speak out about this, because I'm extremely concerned about the threat of climate change and having more increased flash floods, wildfires, heat waves. And regardless of the politics of it, we need to be prepared. And my focus is just trying to improve our resilience and our ability to be prepared for these kind of events. And obviously, I strongly believe that having a robust NOAA and a robust National Weather Service, robust research program from NOAA is an important part of all of that, of keeping us as safe as we can be as the climate continues to change.
This final point, Alan Gerard, Elon Musk's own AI bot, Grok, also blamed the rising death toll in Texas on cuts made by the Trump administration and Doge, right? Doge, that was run by Elon Musk, saying, while absolute proof of counterfactuals is impossible, evidence strongly suggests yes. Pre-cut NWS, National Weather Service models, accurately predicted similar floods.
Also, like, if you're confused as to how an area can be suffering from a drought and then have massive flooding, because floods follow periods of drought. When the soil is being affected by a drought, like it dries it up so much and it reduces its ability to absorb water. Like, I know it seems like it would be common sense to understand, but people be like, oh yeah, well, how could there be a drought and then floods? And so droughts can also then lead to, the floods being worse because the soil is unable to absorb the water. It's like if you take, a really old sponge that's just been dried the hell out, like when you try and soak it with water, it doesn't immediately soak it up because it's like so dried out that the water just is going over the surface of it. And that's what happens with the soil. so that it actually can result in repelling the water. So when you have rain finally falling, it flows over the surface and it doesn't soak into the surface. And that then can lead to the water rapidly accumulating and then flash floods.
Floods, e.g. Vermont 2023, 2025 cuts, reduce staff, and balloon launch.
Sir Clamhammer, thank you for the prime. Hopefully you won't have ads anymore that will not mislead you to believe that I am somebody who is a denier of climate change, does not believe that the globe is warming, which is what is resulting in the higher frequency and intensity of climate-related disasters.
Inches by 25%, leading to underestimated rainfall forecasts for Kerr County. Experts, including ex-NOAA heads, say this delayed warning is preventing
Totally not a
Camp
bot.
Mystic
Thank you for the
evacuation and
gifting.
contributing to the 24 deaths. Sources, PBS, NPR, Guardian. Your final 30 seconds, Alan Gerard, on Democracy Now! Today.
Not to contradict Grok, but I will say that this event did have quite a bit different than like the Vermont event that it cited. This was a very small scale event that was very difficult.
No,
for the computer model.
Contradict Grok, okay? Contradict Grok. Alan Gerard, former head of NOAA Warning Research and Development.
And for humans to really forecast, very far in advance. Having said that, there is no question that the Weather Service is being left in a more vulnerable state. And whether it was this event or whether it's going to be with future, hurricane, flood events like this, we're needlessly putting ourselves into increased danger by these cuts to NOAA and the Weather Service and NOAA research. And hopefully, this is a horrible tragedy that, it's really unspeakable. But if anything positive could come out of it, maybe it will be that a reconsideration of some of these cuts.
Thanks for watching Democracy.
If you think you're angry now, wait till I tell you that my grocery store is selling licorice flavor infused Alfredo sauce for $10.50 a jar. This is the most disgusting sounding thing. That, you know what? Of all the things to be angry about, that actually has made me the most angry. I am fucking furious. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to climate change is for real. Yes. Okay, this was a piece in Wired. Meteorologists say the National Weather Service did its job in Texas. So first, let me show you this thread, and then we'll look at that piece. Texas officials blast the NWS for faulty forecast in deadly flood disaster.
From the National Weather Service predicted 3 to 6 inches of rain in the Concho Valley and 4 to 8 inches of rain in the Hill Country. We worked with our own meteorologists to fine-tune that weather statement, and as many of you know, and many of you in broadcast journalism and meteorology, you can go back and look at your own forecast, and the amount of rain that fell in this specific location was never in any of those forecasts.
This rain event sat on top of that and dumped more rain than what was forecasted on.
Also, just know that the reason they're blaming these agencies is, one, so that they can escape any culpability, and two, so that there's justification then for these agencies' budgets being slashed.
Both of those forks.
So it is for
when
political
we got the report,
purposes.
It was about 7 feet or so on the South Fork, and within a matter of minutes, it was up to 29 feet, and all of that converged at the Guadalupe, and that's where we saw those very quick rise in flood.
But listen, everybody got the forecast from the National Weather Service, right? You all got it. You're all in media. You got that forecast. It did not predict the amount of rain that we saw. The original forecast that we received on Wednesday from the National Weather Service predicted 3 to 6 inches of rain in the Concho Valley and 4 to 8 inches of rain in the Hill Country.
They want to privatize these agencies as a playbook? Yes. I mean, that's like Elon Musk's whole MO. Elon Musk wants to privatize the federal government. So they defund the agencies and then they go, see, look at how these agencies have totally failed. We need to take even more money out of them. We need to dismantle these agencies and we have to turn things over to the market, because the market is God. The market is what what should rule our lives and will make things better for all of us. So this is Ryan Grimm's thread. It could not possibly be filled with more rage after seeing Texas Republicans blame the NWS forecast for the unspeakable tragedy that hit the girls' camp. You were warned this would happen if you fired everyone. You actively chose to fire as many scientists working for the federal government as possible and have taken weather balloons out of the sky. These were people who dedicated their lives to this stuff, and you fired them so you could do tax cuts. You do not now get to complain that weather forecasts are off. Please go find these girls and rehire these scientists. It can't be known at this time what the specific effect of the cuts was. What can be known is that anyone who supported all the firings gets to complain about the performance of an agency they torch and stop letting people build in known danger zones. Do you think the warning coordination meteorologist position at the Austin and San Antonio office was important? He left in April as part of the DOGE cuts, which offered early retirement to reduce the workforce. It's now vacant, part of the strategy of reducing staff through attrition. Absolutely enraging.
Cuts happened to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, better known as NOAA. The last day for the warning coordination meteorologist Paul Ura is April 30th. He coordinates the warning function of his office and is in charge of the Skywarn program, spotter training, and sharing information with the community. Ura's retirement is part of an early retirement package offered to National Weather Service employees. He's worked with the service for 32 years and spent more than half that time at the office in Austin, San Antonio. Let's bring in our chief meteorologist, Nick Bannon, now. And Nick, help us understand what this means for you and many people out there in the community.
Yeah, more than any other meteorologist at our local National Weather Service Austin, San Antonio office, we work with Paul more than anybody else. He is a great segue between the studies and the forecasting that the National Weather Service does, as well as the warnings and watches that they put out. And he is a great connector to the media so that we can follow along with their thinking. We can help pass along those important warnings to you at home. And as he leads the warning section of the National Weather Service, he, of course, plays a big role in determining issuance of watches and especially warnings in the local area. Even though the Storm Prediction Center do the watches, they do coordinate with local National Weather Service on the watches eventually, and then the warnings are distributed by our local National Weather Service office. But more importantly than his job description is his experience. He's been working with the National Weather Service for 32 years, as you mentioned, and more than half of that time in our local office. And his position right now is no word on when they would fill that. There's a hiring freeze at the National Weather Service now, so how they fill that to be determined. But it is going to be very difficult to replace someone with that level of experience, especially local experience, local terrain understanding, local weather pattern understanding. You can get some new meteorologists who are trying to learn the field as best they can, but experience is very important doing what he does.
Of course. And talk about what other staffing issues might be presenting themselves to this office there in Austin, San Antonio.
Yeah, so I looked at their page. They have an About Us section where they list all of the employees that work there.
Also, in May, the former directors of the NWS published an open letter to the American people warning that Trump's cuts leave the nation's official weather forecasting entity at a significant deficit, down more than 10% of its staffing, just as we head into the busiest time for severe storm predictions like tornadoes and hurricanes. So climate scientists, employees of NWS and NOAA, they have been issuing warnings for quite some time now that not just about climate change, but the disastrous consequences that will result from these budget cuts. Now, with the situation in Texas, and I'll read this piece from Wired next. It's still not totally clear what the exact impact of the staffing shortages, the budget cuts that are starting to take place was. But essentially, the warnings have been that down the line, this is only going to make responding to severe weather events that much more difficult, which will then lead to more people dying, more areas being just totally damaged. And it's bad. Like, it's not good to be slashing the budgets of these agencies that are already overburdened and already have, already have been dealing with issues.
There, and all of the vacant employee positions as well. They are missing already, unrelated to recent cuts, a lead meteorologist position, a meteorologist position, as well as an electronic technician, which doesn't necessarily do the forecasting, but make sure
I
that
will be
things are
going to
working
China
correctly. And on top
And
of
I will
Paul
be
Ura's
talking with
retirement,
Xi.
another senior position, the Science and Operations Officer, that is right up there with being one of the top positions in our local National Weather Service office. John Zeitler, he is retiring too on the same day as Ura. Now, his retirement is a regular retirement, not an early retirement due to cuts from our understanding. But that he still brings 2 decades of experience to that position. So that experience is going, Paul Ura's experience is going. It is certainly going to create some gaps we expect in the local National Weather Service office. Those gaps will be filled by other employees, and they will do their best to provide the safe, timely warnings that they've always done. But certainly that experience is going to be missing, and we'll miss working with them.
And
yeah, I mean, this is a similar situation with the FAA, right? Where the Trump administration was like, yeah, here's how we're going to fix the airline industry. We're going to slash jobs, and we're going to slash the FAA's budget, which will surely lead to a more efficient industry and more safety, more airline safety. Okay, so meteorologists say the National Weather Service did its
Caroline,
job in
as the
Texas.
CCP's equivalent of Black Widow. Can you
Con/Blitz. Thank you for the 25 months. Don't forget to ask him, Xi, to give the Quantarage members amnesty to China. Yeah, don't worry. I'll work on that for you guys. Okay, DOGE cut hundreds of jobs at the NWS, but experts who spoke to Wired say the agency accurately predicted the state's weakened flood risk. At least 27 people, that number is now up to 100, including 9 children, are dead in central Texas after flash floods struck suddenly on the morning of the 4th of July. After a storm in which a month's worth of rain fell in some regions in just a few hours, officials say they rescued more than 850 people from the floods over Friday and Saturday. A number of people were still missing as of Saturday afternoon, including 27 young campers from a Christian's Girl camp on the banks of the Guadalupe River. Some local and state officials have said that insufficient forecasts from the National Weather Service caught the region off guard. That claim has been amplified by pundits across social media who say that cuts to the NWS and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, its parent organization, inevitably led to the failure in Texas. But meteorologists who spoke to Wired say that the NWS accurately predicted the risk of flooding in Texas and could not have foreseen the extreme severity of the storm. What's more, they say that what the NWS did forecast this week underscores the need to sustain funding to the crucial agency. Meteorologists first had an idea that a storm may be coming for this part of Texas last weekend after Tropical Storm Barry made landfall in Mexico. When you have a tropical system, it's just pumping moisture northward, said Chris Vagaski, an American Meteorological Society certified digital meteorologist based in Wisconsin. It starts setting the stage for heavy rainfall events. The NWS office in San Antonio on Monday predicted a potential for downpours as well as heavy rain specifically at nighttime. So just an FYI, this was what the NWS had told Texas officials, and Ted Cruz still went to Greece. That guy, you know what? I wish we could put him on a raft and just send him out into the ocean. By Thursday, okay, so they predicted the potential for downpours. By Thursday, it forecast up to 7 inches of rainfall in isolated areas. The San Antonio and Hill Country regions of Texas are no stranger to floods. But Friday morning's storm was particularly catastrophic. The Guadalupe River surged more than 20 feet in just a few hours to its second highest level in recorded history. Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly told media Friday morning that the county didn't know that this flood was coming. We have floods all the time. We deal with floods on a regular basis. When it rains, we get water. We had no reason to believe that this was going to be anything like what's happened here. W. Nim Kidd, the chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management, echoed Kelly's comments at a press conference with Governor Greg Abbott on Friday. Kidd said that TDEM worked with its meteorologists to refine NWS forecasts. The amount of rain that fell in this specific location was never in any of those forecasts, he said. Predicting how much rain is going to fall out of a thunderstorm, that's the hardest thing that a meteorologist can do, Vygotsky says. A number of unpredictable factors, including some element of chance, go into determining the amount of rainfall in a specific area, he says. The signal was out there that this is going to be a heavy, significant rainfall event. But pinpointing exactly where that's going to fall, you can't do that. Flash floods in this part of Texas are nothing new. 8 inches of rainfall in the state could be on a day that ends in Y, says Matt Lanza, also a certified digital meteorologist based in Houston. It's a challenge, he says, to balance forecasts that often show extreme amounts of rainfall with how to adequately prepare the public for these rare but serious storms. It's so hard to warn on this, to get public officials who don't know meteorology and aren't looking at this every day to understand just how quickly this stuff can change. Really, the biggest takeaway is that whenever there's a risk for heavy rain in Texas, you have to be on guard. And meteorologists say that the NWS did send out adequate warnings as it got updated information. By Thursday afternoon, it had issued a flood watch for the area, and a flash flood warning was in effect by 1 a.m. on Friday. The agency had issued a flash flood emergency alert by 4:30 a.m. The Weather Service was on the ball, Vygotsky says. They were getting the message out. But as local outlet KXAN first reported, it appears that the first flood warnings posted from safety officials to the public were sent out on Facebook at 5 a.m., hours after the NWS issued its warning. Clearly, there was a breakdown between when the warning was issued and how people got it, and I think that's what really has to be talked about, Lanza says. Also, that it's being sent out on Facebook, like, oh God, you have to have Facebook and you have to be on Facebook to get these warnings. Wired has reached out to the city of Kerrville, Kerr County, and the Texas Division of Emergency Management for comment on the report. The cuts made to NOAA as part of President Donald Trump's Department of Government Efficiency efforts have made headlines this year, and with good reason. The NWS has lost more than 500 staffers since the beginning of the year, leaving some offices unstaffed overnight. It has also cut key programs and even satellites that help keep track of extreme weather. Meteorologists have repeatedly said that these cuts will make predicting extreme weather even harder and could be deadly as climate change supercharges storms and increases rainfall. Yeah, so you have these extreme weather events happening more frequently and with more intensity, and then you are also cutting the agencies and jobs of those who are tasked with trying to predict and report on these events. But both Vygotsky and Lanza say that this week's forecasts were solid. I really just want people to understand that the forecast office in San Antonio did a fantastic job. They got the warning out, but this was an extreme event. The rainfall rates over this 6-hour period were higher than 1,000-year rainfall rates. That equates to there being less than 0.1% of a chance of that happening in any given year. Some of the first changes, and then the other thing that happens is if meteorologists and climate scientists and the agencies that are tasked with predicting these, predicting weather events, if they overpredict, then of course the response to that is like, oh, you're crying wolf. Oh, see, they are exaggerating they're exaggerating the forecast. They're exaggerating climate change. Like, they're just alarmists and we shouldn't take them seriously. And it's caused, there's a number of reasons, but it has caused people to distrust the science, to distrust the experts. Oh, they're overfunded, blah, blah, blah. They shouldn't defund the scientists, but it also makes me mad because predicting the weather isn't the first problem. The standard has to be our infrastructure can protect us, and that the scientists are there to add to our safety and response. We don't invest in infrastructure. Right. Like, the scientists are not there to make sure that no damage occurs, or that like the damage is like it's not that their job is to stop these events from happening. Oh, Speed Razor, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I licked the spoon, thank you for the prime. All Sheldon, thank you for the 9 months. The scientists also aren't there to play politics. Yes, but because their jobs have become so politicized, and because climate change is now a, you know, is now a partisan political issue, this is what's happened, where people on the right look at climate scientists and go, "Oh, you are making all this stuff political, and so I can't trust you. I don't believe you because you're just doing this to like help the Democrats win elections." Hey there, what up, Speed Razor? Some of the changes first made at NOAA because of DOGE cuts were weather balloon launches across the country being reduced or eliminated altogether. But the balloons that did deploy this week, including one sent up over Texas on Thursday, which showed a saturated atmosphere with slow-moving winds, giving a heads up on possible extreme rainfall, provided valuable information that helped inform the forecasts. This data helps, Lanza says. It probably could have been worse, you know. If you don't have this data, then you're blind.
The National Weather Service is defending itself regarding the alerts that it issued and the timing of them. Christina Dahl, the vice president of Climate Central, addressed the role of staffing at NWS and other federal agencies and whether cuts are potentially impacting forecasts.
I think it's too early to say. I mean, we do know that the National Weather Service issued multiple warnings about flood risk, and so clearly they were getting messages out. They do have a vacancy right now in a critical position called the Warning Coordination Meteorologist, and so it could be that that vacancy had connections to local authorities who could have helped to raise the early warnings for residents. But generally, a weather forecast office for the National Weather Service has someone on staff 24 hours watching the radar to see what is happening in terms of precipitation, rainfall, other threats. And there are National Weather Service offices throughout the country that, because of staffing cuts, are no longer staffing their offices 24 hours a day. And so we need these critical people to be keeping us safe 24 hours a day in every one of these offices across the country. And the second piece of this is that staffing cuts at NOAA, or the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, more broadly, are threatening the future ability to forecast events better. Forecasting a storm like this one, where exactly is the heaviest rain going to fall? How is it going to translate from rain into flooding? These are extremely challenging problems scientifically. And it's the research of NOAA that enables us to improve our forecasts year over year so that we can more accurately pinpoint the warnings that need to go out to the public.
Now, the very reports designed to warn us of these extreme weather risks have seemingly disappeared. Legally mandated national climate assessments, long used by state and local officials to prepare for climate impacts, have been quietly removed from federal websites. The White House says the info will now be housed within NASA. Joining me now, the man who helped build this.
Yeah, so you have worsening climate extremes, you have failing infrastructure, you have these, federal agencies comprised of climate scientists being defunded. I mean, all of these issues are compounding. So there's not one thing to point to here and go, that's the problem. It's a lot of problems, and it is very frustrating that climate change is not being treated as the existential issue that it is, both from Democrats and from Republicans. I mean, I've said this a million times, but during the 2024 election, healthcare and climate change were barely a footnote in that election. This should be an issue that every single person in office is treating with the seriousness that it deserves. Our crumbling infrastructure, our warming climate, all of these, all of these things that are being ignored or being denied, that is making it so that more people are being affected by these weather-related events.
System that's now.
You don't get it. Immigrants are the existential threat. Oh, I forgot. How could I forget? Yeah.
Being taken apart, John Holdren. He's the co-director of the Science, Technology, and Public Policy Program at Harvard University's Belfer Center and a former science advisor for President Obama. Thank you so much for being with us on this holiday weekend. Let's start here. For viewers who might just be hearing about this, what exactly are these national climate assessments, and what does it mean that they've effectively vanished from federal websites?
Well, the national climate assessments of climate change impacts on the United States were mandated in a 1990 act of Congress, the U.S. Global Research Act of 1990. And they are supposed to be produced roughly every 4 years. Some have been slow, but on the whole, there have been 5 such reports produced. The 6th was recently canceled in midstream by President Trump. And the 5 previous ones, which were all posted on the U.S. Global Change Research Program's website, have disappeared for the moment. They may show up on the NASA website. We can hope so. But the whole fiasco is simply one aspect of a campaign by the Trump administration to dismantle large parts of the U.S. research establishment, and in particular, to dismantle every effort to better understand and predict what climate change is doing in the United States.
Well, John, help me understand this a little bit more. You've warned that suppressing this kind of information could actually increase the danger Americans face from climate impacts. How does that work?
Absolutely.
Hey, John, how does it make it worse to suppress really important information from people?
National assessments have provided information about how climate is affecting every region in the United States and every sector of our economy. It's the only set of reports that are sufficiently detailed in those respects to be useful to decision makers, to city planners, to mayors, to governors, to tribal leaders, so that they can understand what steps they need to take in their domains to reduce the impacts of climate change on people, on property, on ecosystems, and on their local economies.
Now, John, you've called this just one front in a much broader assault on scientific analysis, as you were saying earlier, across climate, medicine, pollution, even public education. What's your sense of what's really driving this, and what might the long-term consequences be if this continues?
Also, there used to be this idea that you could just move to a different place that's not affected by climate change. And that's not the case. Like, everywhere in this world is being affected. There are areas that are bearing more of the brunt of it, that we are seeing the effects of climate change in more fullness. But there no longer exists this, oh, yeah, move here because you'll be safer from weather disasters. I mean, that was what happened with the floods that hit Appalachia. The one area, I can't remember what name it was, but it had been advertised as a climate haven. Literal advertisements like pamphlets, etc., that advertise it as a place that, oh, look at all this fresh development. because this is a haven from climate change. Yes, Helen. And that was false. Like there's no such thing. And when it comes to the issue of immigration, like all of these issues are connected. This is something that Greta Thunberg has understood, which is why now she doesn't just talk about climate change. She speaks on a lot of issues, including that of Palestine. Immigration is going to be, is affected, will continue to be affected by climate change, because there are areas that are becoming uninhabitable that people will have to move out of. They will have to immigrate to other areas as they are escaping the effects of climate change in the region of the world where they live. People from the island of Tuvalu are being moved to Australia on a special climate visa. Yes, like this is happening now. Cadavra, thank you for the 24 months. Mango, thank you for the 5 months. My fave argument from MAGA is that climate change always goes from hot to cold, but we've never had this many people on the planet driving cars and abusing the planet. Yeah. It's like, oh, the climate has always been warming. How could there be climate change when there's still winter? Oh, yeah, you say that the planet's getting hotter, and yet look at this snow. You got me, dog.
Well, it's of course very hard to see into the minds of the people.
I literally did a project on Tuvalu's impacts of climate change 10 years ago. Yeah, that's the depressing state of things.
With President Trump, who are orchestrating this campaign against science and reason. But one has to assume that it's some mixture of a desire for total control, a desire to eradicate sources of independent analysis and opinion that might provide information counter to the policies that President Trump is trying to advance.
Yeah, it's because we live in a corporate controlled, billionaire controlled country. Like the millions of lobbying money from gas and oil companies that then leads to legislation that increases tax breaks for these companies, that defunds agencies that are seeking to mitigate the effects of fossil fuel emissions. Just like straight up burying information and taking millions in lobbying dollars so that big gas and oil companies can remain unregulated and also get even bigger tax breaks as they continue to destroy the environment. I once spoke to a scientist in Florida who was part of a group in Miami who would put signs up outside their homes to point how much their properties would be lost. How much of their properties would be lost with sea level rise, and they got in trouble and forced to move them off because real estate people, etc., didn't like it. Yeah, they're like, we don't want you advertising how actually it's a bad idea to buy a property in this location because that property value is going to go down, down, down to the point that it is like a lot of these areas being uninsurable, people struggling to sell their properties.
Vance.
Well, it's fascinating, and I just appreciate you taking the time, especially out of a holiday weekend, to break all of this down and to really illustrate the importance of talking about this issue. John?
Yeah, and climate scientists have been so demonized. Like, a lot of meteorologists have talked about how they are not on the internet anymore, that every time they try and issue warnings around the effects of climate change, that they receive death threats, that they are doxxed, that they have been made one of the big public enemies, and how all they're trying to do is their job, and they are being stopped from being able to do that. Same thing with Texas here. Floodplains are something that can be surveyed, but then it looks bad for developers. Yeah, God forbid the developers
There's nothing
suffer at
more
all.
American than PBS. It's a safe place where kids learn and grow, and where grown-ups are informed, entertained,
survivors from the flash floods that devastated Central Texas on July 4th. At least 95 people were killed in some of the deadliest floods to hit this country in decades. That includes 28 children. More than 850 people have been rescued since the floods first hit, but dozens are still unaccounted for.
Do you remember the story of Rebecca Jones in Florida who had DeSantis come and raid her home because she kept posting the true numbers about COVID? No, I don't.
Including at least 10 young girls.
But that is crazy.
William Brangham begins our coverage with this report.
That is like straight up suffering the consequences of trying to be a whistleblower and like tell the public the truth.
After the deluge, the Guadalupe River was quiet today, but the damage it wrought over the weekend is visible everywhere. What once were entire campgrounds along its banks, gone. Locals are still coming to grips with the terror they experienced.
There was a little boy who started floating downstream, and he was screaming, asking for help. I was about to jump in, and my husband had to hold me back. He said, "You're gonna go too, and there's nothing you can do if you jump in." I didn't know how I was gonna live with that. And thankfully, by the end of the day yesterday, I saw his face online, and he had been rescued.
Officials this morning said the huge search for other survivors is still underway.
This is a massive field that is happening. And again, this is unprecedented flood events. So we are still currently in the primary search phase.
This will be a rough week. Primary search continues, and we remain hopeful every foot, every mile, every bend of the river.
Through the weekend and into today, hundreds of volunteers, from ex-military to local civilians, as well as state and federal teams, joined the effort.
Seeing all the devastation and the trees and the clothing, the random bits of flotsam floating around the river really hits home. So that gives quite a somber feeling to just be out here seeing it in person rather than just on the news.
And what happens too that's so awful is like it takes time and a ton of money to try and rebuild after a disaster, and then you just get hit by another one. I mean, that's what's happened in wildfire areas in California in what's the California city starts with a P. Not Palisades, Paradise. Yeah, thank you. Paradise had been devastated by wildfires, and it was like right, you know, they hadn't even rebuilt Paradise. Like they were still in the middle of rebuilding, but there were a number of people who lived there who had, you know, started to rebuild their homes and their lives, and then got hit by wildfires again. It's devastating when you live in these areas that you can't even properly rebuild because you're just getting hit by another disaster again. Did you see Maya on the news? Yeah, we watched it.
The floods tore through the Texas Hill Country on
Hurricane Helene was almost a year ago, and people are still living in hotels waiting on funding. Yeah, 1/3 of the $230 billion of damage, just FYI, from inland flooding that's happened that happened between 1988 and 2021 would not have happened without human-caused climate change. Just FYI. So it costs billions to rebuild, and then you're in this situation where, like, in the middle of rebuilding, you just get struck by another climate disaster again.
Friday the 4th, An overnight downpour caused the Guadalupe to rise a staggering 26 feet in a very short period. This time-lapse shows how suddenly the waters rose, swallowing a causeway in a matter of minutes.
If you had seen what July 3rd looked like, you would never guess that this was coming that night. Cars were floating away with the lights on. You could see the lights and you can hear honking. And there was like not one or two, but there were dozens of vehicles just floating away. And I was just, it was just too much.
This area is home to a number of children's summer camps. For a century, girls have flocked to Camp Mystic on the banks of the river. Today, the camp confirmed 27 members of its tight-knit community were killed, mostly young campers, like 8-year-old Sarah Marsh, as well as Mystic's longtime director, Dick Eastland. He was reportedly swept away trying to rescue children. Other victims include 68-year-old Jane Ragsdale. She devoted her life to another nearby girls' camp, Heart of the Hills. The camp had been between sessions on Friday when the flood hit. And 62-year-old Tanya Berwick, whose car got caught in the torrent on her way to work. Her son said she had a heart of gold. And 27-year-old Julian Ryan was killed trying to escape his trailer home. His fiancée, mother, and 6-year-old son survived. Questions are swirling about preparedness and why more urgent flooding alerts didn't come sooner. The flood-prone Kerr County had contemplated a warning system, complete with river gauges and sirens, for nearly a decade. But some local officials said costs have always gotten in the way. Others have blamed cuts made by the Trump administration to the National Weather Service.
Texas is grieving.
Ew!
Republican Texas Senator Ted Cruz, whose own kids have gone to camp in the area, rejected that allegation, noting that the National Weather Service had issued warnings in advance of the floods.
After we come through search and rescue, after we come through the process of rebuilding, there will naturally be a period of retrospection where you look back and say, okay, what exactly transpired? What was the timeline? And what could have been done differently to prevent this loss of life?
President Trump said he'll likely visit the flood zone on Friday. And forecasters say even more rain is on its way to central Texas this week. With dozens still missing, officials fear the death toll is almost certain to rise. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm William Brangham.
For more on the latest in Texas, we're joined by Tony.
Texas's 2 senators near top of the list for taking money from fossil fuel industry. Together, U.S. Senators John Cornyn and Ted Cruz have raked in $9.7 million in fossil fuel industry contributions since 1990. More than any of their colleagues in the upper chamber, save one. Both are among Washington's most unwavering supporters of unbridled oil and gas development, and both have repeatedly questioned the reality of human-caused climate change. Only U.S. Senator Mitt Romney, who ran for president in 2008 and 2012, grabbing his party's nomination the second time, received more from the industry over that period. His haul totaled just almost over $8.5 million himself. Open Secrets found that the fossil fuel industry spent some $2.8 billion on federal lobbying from 1998 to 2023. Companies in that sector also regularly outspend environmental interest groups both on federal lobbying and campaign contributions. The report also shows that oil and gas industry contributions have overwhelmingly flowed to Republicans, who have largely placed industry profits ahead of efforts to limit greenhouse emissions. Groups like the American Petroleum Institute and the Koch-connected Americans for Prosperity have taken up the mantle of protecting the oil and gas industry against international pressures to scale back development. Also, members of Congress own something like $100 million in fossil fuel stocks. that should be fucking illegal. You should not be allowed to be a member of Congress and own stocks in oil, gas, and coal, and then pass legislation that deregulates those industries and gives them tax breaks. Oh, here we go. Here's a fun person. I've been sifting through this chat, and you waited 10 minutes to speak, so you're a patient person. And I'm going to say that every single last one of you shit-eating commies that's happy about this situation needs to burn in hell. This vile shit in this stream is exactly why you shitheads lost in November. So I'm going to stop you there for a second, because you must have not been here when we first started out this conversation, and we said to the liberals who are celebrating on Twitter and saying, ha, people in Texas got what they voted for. Those people are disgusting, because those of us in this chat don't play team sports. No one here is happy to see over 100 dead people in Texas, to see 27 dead girls from a summer camp. No one is happy to see climate-driven disasters increasing in frequency and intensity and resulting in millions of damages and lots of deaths across this country. So you're the only person here who should burn in hell. Then what the fuck was I just reading? I don't know, brother, because we are people in a community who want things to be better for all of us. We don't celebrate when people in a red state suffer from a disaster like the floods over the 4th of July weekend. You're the one who comes in here and just wants to spew about shit-eating commies rather than actually listening to what the people in this chat with me, their streamer, actually have to say about how we view the world and how we view the people of the world. Go fuck yourself, commie bitch. There's no retort. They have nothing to say when I'm like, actually, no, we're not celebrating people dying. And their only response is, go fuck yourself, commie bitch. Okay. It's always funny when someone will be like, wow, you're a piece of shit because ... you care about people from different political backgrounds who are being manipulated and exploited by those in power. I don't know what to tell you, but if that's what being a shit-eating commie is being angry at billionaires and corporations who are in charge of this country, if that's being a vile commie bitch, then yeah, tattoo it on my arm. Being angry at the systems that are exploiting people, that are killing them, that are making this world unlivable. Do you think that chatter was Ted Cruz? It's funny though, because they always try to do this as like some kind of ethical gotcha, like gotcha, haha. You're happy about this situation. It's like, no, bro, you're making that up in your head because you're a psychopath. There is no gotcha here. The only one who's got is you. You're the only one who's got. They were mad about us. Like, are you mad that we're shitting on Ted Cruz? Ted Cruz, who has taken millions from oil and gas companies, who like very clearly is the bitch of oil and gas. Like that we're mad about congressional members owning millions in fossil fuel stocks. Sorry, everyone. That was me on my burner. My wife just left me and took the kids, and I was lashing out because, listen, liberal, my wife just left me. And he's Albertan. We Canadians hate him 2 times as much. Listen, liberal, my bitch wife just left me. The psychopath is Ted Cruz, who literally profits on this death and deludes millions of fans into liking him for doing that. Like, truly, it's like when your mentality is politics as blood sport, right? You like cannot imagine. You can't imagine people not treating politics that way. Not treating like real life situations the way that you, a devastatingly stupid troll on the internet, does. The stupidity is devastating. It's devastating. To be fair, Ted's daughters hate him and are likely his Hassan fans, so it's not impossible that they've been in here. I mean, if my father was Ted Cruz, I would maybe commit patricide. I don't know. That's just me. Period. Shit-eating commie. Hi, Caroline. Sorry that you got bullied by freaks, T's and P's. Oh, Jen, if you think that that's getting bullied, you got to hang out in here more. Because these freaks come in here just about every single day. Honestly, it's more so just like every time I go, I just heave a sigh. That was the tamest shitter. Like, I had somebody ask me, Ludwig's sister. I was talking to her at his party yesterday, and she's like, so how's it going? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, and she was like, how do you deal with like horrible people on the internet? I'm like, honestly, at this point, I have enough experience with it that most of the time I just kind of sigh and I'm like, I wish that I could just unleash them from their cage of idiocy. I want them to be free. I'm like, I wish I could free you. I do. Because, man, you have locked yourself in a cage that seems deplorable to reside in. You know what, Caroline? I have something to say. You are wonderful. I will yell if really want to really mad. Thank you, Azor. Yeah, unprincipled people cannot comprehend those who are principled. They can't. It doesn't fit in with their very, very, very narrow understanding of the world. And they have little tiny mouse brains. They got little tiny mouse brains, and they just can't comprehend. It's like when people will say, why do you care so much about Palestine? You're not even Palestinian. And it's like, wow, what a crazy thing. What a crazy thing to imagine caring for people who you are not a member of that community, but that you care about them as your fellow human being. Like, it's unfathomable. You know? It's the same thing of like looking at somebody who has money and being like, why do you care about people who don't have money? Like, clearly as a person with means, then you are only saying these things for non-altruistic reasons. I mean, that's like the criticism Hassan gets all the time, as like, obviously Hassan is rich. Okay. He's a multimillionaire. He's not a billionaire. I will tell you that. All right. I will tell you he is not a billionaire, but just the fact of being a millionaire, then like makes him incapable of advocating for a better world for everybody. He's not a billionaire because he's a trillionaire. Hassan Piper is the world's first trillionaire. Okay, anyway, we're watching this.
Plahetsky with the Austin American-Statesman and KVUE. He's been covering this disaster. Tony, welcome back, and thanks for joining us. As you heard in Williams' report...
How else do you respond to shit-eating commie bitch but just laugh? Like, who the fuck talks like that? That is a person who is completely internet-brained, who does not exist in the world, right? Like that, like I don't know if they really, their life derives true satisfaction from coming into this chat and saying, you shit-eating commie bitch. But if they really get satisfaction from that, like, holy moly, what kind of existence is that? You know, can you imagine your life, like the joys that you obtain in this life are going into waiting 10 minutes, first of all, waiting 10 minutes in some random Twitch streamer's chat to type, you shit-eating commie bitch. Like 10 minutes. I just am laughing too, imagining them sitting there like waiting, like watching as the clock goes out. Well, oh, I'm almost there. Only 2.5 more minutes. And then like they have it ready to go. You know, they have the message ready to go and they're just sitting there like, oh yeah, I'm going to get her. Oh, I'm going to get her. I'll get her soon. Like, get a life, bro. I know. I mean, really? Like, just a PSA to anyone else who's waiting the 10 minutes to type in chat, shit-eating commie bitch. That doesn't affect me. I will tell you right now, okay? You typing that, you waiting 10 minutes is very funny. It's very dedicated, but it's not affecting me the way that you think it is. So I'm sorry to inform you that you are wasting your time and also your entire life. Okay? Like, I need you to just go outside for a second, look up at the sky and be like, man, my whole purpose on this earth is to wait 10 minutes in some streamer's Twitch chat so that I can type shit-eating commie bitch. This is for that chatter.
I'd like to be our friend. Whoa! What the dude? Don't touch me! Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Dude, what the Why are you here, man? You're so old. Where's your wife? Go home to your family, dude.
Well, I mean, I'm not that old.
Yeah, that's for that chatter. Shouts out. Shouts out. Only real fans know how to insult you, like if we say you're giving haircuts while you're singing. Oh yeah, no, the real ones know how to get to me. The chemical reaction for being angry lasts on average about 45 seconds to a minute. Otherwise, stuff has to keep ramping you up. What rage bait are they having to read over and over? I know. I mean, that's the other thing too. Like, I know that a lot of us in here frequently are filled with rage because we look at our government, we look at the way that money and power rule this world, and it makes us angry. And it makes us angry because we see how the masses are exploited. We see how this world could be better. It could be better and it should be better. But that is like a different rage from being some troll who's just like who's enraged at me. just a gal online. Just a gal online. I'm angry, but I don't go into other chats. That's the least effective thing you could do. I know. Anyway. Yeah, it's like be mad at real shit. Okay. Reserve your anger for things that deserve your anger. But also don't live in your anger all the time, even if you're angry at things that are deserving of your rage. Ahem. I'm going to be a troll. I hate your hat. Well, then you hate the merch of Emma Langevin because this is her hat. So I'm going to tell her. I'm going to tell her what you said.
Some of the biggest questions remain the accuracy of the forecast and the effectiveness of a warning system, why more people weren't evacuated sooner. What kind of answers are you getting from officials on those?
With regard to the warnings, there's apparently something of a divide, even between the meteorological community, about whether or not the forecast adequately prepared the public and notified the public once this emergency began unfolding. Some meteorologists say that the warnings and the watches that were in place did not adequately inform the public that flash flooding to this extent was possible. Yet at the same time, others point to the fact that a flash flood watch was posted well in advance of this flooding event.
Yeah, and we just read that piece in
several hours
Wired, too.
before the Guadalupe River began to rise and overflow its banks, that there was in fact a flash flood warning. They say that should have and could have adequately notified the public that they needed to get to higher ground urgently.
I know you're going to continue to cover those questions in the days and weeks ahead. In the meantime, I know you've also been reporting on some of the deaths of people lost local to your area in and around Austin. That includes 2 little girls named Linny and Mary, who were both killed, both 8 years old, both campers at Camp Mystic. What can you tell us about them and their families right now?
This camp drew families from all over the state of Texas. Dallas, Houston, many Austin families sent their children for generations, multiple generations, to Camp Mystic. Outside my window right now, I look and I see a big green bow that is tied around an oak tree. So many families in the city of Austin and across the state of Texas has had such close bonds to the camp and the people who participated in this camp. Those little girls whose families I have been in contact with are among the 2 of the children who perished in this flash flood event. And as you can imagine, the grief is just running throughout this entire community and throughout the state of Texas this evening.
There's another piece of this that we're picking up on here, Tony, that for all the focus on the camp, it's shown a light on how important camp culture is in the Texas Hill Country. As you mentioned, it's a community in and of itself, very closely bound together, and how devastating the loss has been because of that culture. What should we understand about that?
So, the Texas Hill Country is one of the most cherished parts of the state of Texas. And it is aptly named because it has rolling hills, waterways, anchored in many ways by the Guadalupe River. And across time, different camps have sprung up along the river and also along the lakes that are in the Texas Hill Country as well. So there is a deep...
Like, I don't understand ragey liberals. Some of them were 8 and younger. How do you wish drowning in death on a poor little kid like that? Because a lot of liberals' politics are fuck Donald Trump, fuck Republicans, and fuck anybody who lives in a red state, fuck anybody who has ever voted Republican. Like, it's blood sport. That's what it is. It's blood sport. They voted for the fuck around and find out. They voted for this. You know, that same thing is applied to the people of Palestine, being like, oh, yeah, well, they voted for Hamas, and that's why they all deserve to die.
Culture.
It's, I mean, you know, regardless of your feelings towards the government of Hamas in Gaza, it's like just outrageous too on its face to be like, okay, well, these are children. What are we doing here? Like, what are we doing here? No real moral compass, just tribalism. Yeah. Same shit when Libs started reporting Latinos for Trump to ICE. Yeah, where it's like, oh, fuck around and find out. Would you look at that? It's like, do you think that you are some morally upstanding person here, or is this just all like fun and games? Is this just all like getting one off on your fellow human beings who you do not align with politically, or like, again, you know, it outrages me the way that we look at people in red states and be like, oh yeah, they should just all die. Like, if you're liberal, if you vote blue, then it's this idea of, you know, we should just leave people in red states to the mess that they have voted for. Dang Techno, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Kiwi, thank you for the 6 months. You know, oh, what the hell? Sorry, I'm communicating with the aliens. Beep, 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 beep.
Deep love of the camping experience among many families who send their children.
And also, like, hello, people in blue states who have voted for Democrats, who have also taken money from oil and gas, who have stocks in fossil fuel companies, who have done things like kill the Green New Deal, who are also politically contributing to the, you know, ignoring of climate change as an existential issue. So should we start playing that game? I'm a leftist in South Carolina. Liberals that say that shit always forget we exist. Yeah, it's outrageous. It's like the same thing when talking about LGBTQ people, where it's like there are a lot of LGBTQ people in red states, you know, or women who need access to abortion, who they didn't vote for this. And a lot of times, like, politicians will do things against the wishes of their electorate. So what game are we playing here?
To those camps. And I think that the fact that that culture is so strong, that love of the experience is so strong, I think that also is just deepening the tragedy among these close-knit families, literally thousands of them across the state.
That is Tony Plahetsky of the Austin American-Statesman joining.
All right, let me read this piece in The Equation. 7 things you need to know about the Texas flash flood tragedy. One big takeaway. There's a lot to learn from this disaster, and one thing we simply cannot do is allow the Trump administration to continue to attack, defund, and dismantle the very agencies that help keep us safe and recover from disasters, including NOAA and FEMA. Quite the opposite. We need to ramp up investments in cutting-edge science and climate resilience to keep people safer as climate extremes intensify. A terrible confluence of factors in Flash Flood Alley. This region of Texas is notoriously prone to flash floods, and this particular event had the worst possible confluence of conditions. The remnants of Tropical Storm Barry, which made landfall in Mexico earlier in the week, and warmer than usual Gulf waters both contributed to more moisture in the air when it started raining. The area around Kerr County was also under severe to exceptional drought conditions, which makes runoff and flash flooding more likely as the ground is less effective at absorbing water. That's what I was talking about earlier with like the sponge analogy. This meant that 10 plus inches of rain fell to quickly run off into the river, contributing to a rapid rise in water levels. In addition to these meteorological factors, the worst of the flooding happened late at night when people were asleep, and it was a holiday weekend with lots of folks camping along the Guadalupe River. Cell phone alerts may not have reached some people in remote areas. Number 2, made worse by climate change. Climate change is increasing the risk of these types of extreme precipitation events. For example, there's been a clear increase in higher rainfall intensity events for nearby Austin, Texas. According to the 5th National Climate Assessment, no longer available on the USG CRP website because of the Trump administration, but archived here, the Texas region has experienced a 21% increase in total precipitation in the heaviest rainfall days since the 1950s. Number 3, the NWS did its job. The NWS office in Austin / San Antonio flagged the risks early and repeatedly through multiple alerts, but it's clear that those alerts didn't reach people in time with the appropriate level of urgency. Well-documented reports show that 12 hours before the rainfall began, the NWS issued a flood watch for the central Texas region. And by 6:10 p.m. Central Time, the Weather Prediction Center warned of the possibility of flash flooding overnight. The rain began locally in Kerr County, where Camp Mystic is located, around 1 a.m. Central Time, and a considerable flash flood warning was issued by the NWS by 1:14 a.m. The USGS river gauges along the Guadalupe River began to spike, some showing water levels rising by tens of feet in less than an hour around 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Number 4, and the NWS is under duress. During this flash flooding event in Central Texas, the local NWS offices in San Angelo and nearby San Antonio were together reportedly lacking several staff, including a senior hydrologist, staff forecaster, and meteorologist in charge, a warning coordination meteorologist, and a science officer. These roles are an important part of any NWS office. The hydrologist, for example, helps to monitor the river gauges. Questions remain whether these vacancies contributed to a lack of timely coordination with the local emergency officials. While the forecast may have been solid, not having local knowledgeable experts to communicate the risks to local officials and translate them in actionable ways may have contributed to some of the challenges. Because remember, local officials, they don't speak this language. This is not their area of expertise. And so there being a breakdown in resources and in positions that go from the head office to the local areas is, very possibly could, contributed to people in these areas not knowing about the risk for severe flooding. Number 5, a critical last mile emergency alert breakdown. Every level of government has a critical role to play in preventing, predicting, and responding to emergencies. In this case, it seems that the last mile emergency alerts and coordination were clearly lacking. Beyond the NWS, local officials did not act expeditiously enough to communicate risks or evacuate people from harm's way. Despite the region's history of floods, there isn't a local early warning alarm system, something the county has long needed. But in one of the videos we watched, they cited monetary issues as why they don't have an early warning alarm system. Number 6, dismantling of federal systems that keep us safe. Science-based tools and forecasts are critical to keeping people safe in the face of climate change-fueled extreme weather. Yet the Trump administration is hell-bent on dismantling NOAA and slashing budgets for NOAA, USGS, and FEMA's pre-disaster resilience programs. We know that the risk of these events are worsening, and our best opportunity to keep people safe is by continuing to invest in the science and modeling tools to improve forecasts of complex weather disasters. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, her remarks about working to upgrade technology during a post-disaster media briefing are particularly galling when, in fact, this administration is taking a hatchet to NOAA's science, data, and modeling capabilities. Number 7, communities need stronger, not weaker federal support. States and local communities simply cannot cope with the scale of disaster and need federal government support, which is why it's so important that President Trump has quickly approved a major disaster declaration and activated FEMA federal disaster assistance. Impacted residents can already start applying for disaster assistance on its own. Kerr County would hardly be able to gather up funding to cope with the costs of the large rescue response and short-term recovery operations. This exposes why the administration's politicization of disaster aid and threats to dismantle and get rid of FEMA while pushing the burden of disaster response and recovery onto states is reckless and cruel. Congress must defend NOAA and FEMA. The Texas flash flood is a still unfolding horrific tragedy with many complexities, and there will be much more information to learn from this in the days to come. We have learned a lot and benefited from excellent information being shared by scientists and meteorologists in these past few days, including Daniel Swain, John Morales, Marshall Shepard, the Balanced Weather Substack, and Matt Lanza. We urge Congress to stand up to the Trump administration's attacks on federal government agencies and on science, including NOAA and FEMA, whose value is especially evident in the face of these kinds of extreme disasters. We also need resources for better emergency coordination from the federal to the local level. Climate change will make these kinds of extreme events more common and intense, and people's lives are at stake. If you're able to donate, please go here for resources on how you can help the victims of this disaster. Here, I will link this post. Auschwitz-Alcatraz was built using FEMA funds, and they're using more FEMA funds to build more detention camps even after this happened. That's why I gave a big thumbs up to fucking Kristi Noem, Nazi Barbie, Auschwitz Barbie. But if they get rid of FEMA, how are they going to pay for the concentration camp? Well, there will all don't worry, they'll have money for that. If you'd ever be interested in interviewing someone from the org that wrote this article on Stream, I know someone that I could also ask from the org. Sure. Message me on Discord. Yeah, message me on Discord. Dan Patrick says they'll install sirens along the river before next summer, and I call horseshit until I see it. Okay. Thank you, Polly, for sending that along. Let's see what time it is. Wonder if I can cover the Epstein stuff before we get into some gaming. Let's see. Damn, we got through a lot. Yes, indeed. There's always money in the banana stand, Michael. FEMA staff baffled after head said he was unaware of U.S. hurricane season, sources say. Staff of the FEMA were left baffled on Monday after the head of the U.S. disaster agency said he had not been aware the country has a hurricane season. Maybe it was meant as a joke. A spokesperson for Homeland, FEMA's parent agency, said the comment was a joke and that FEMA is prepared for hurricane. That has to be a joke. A bad joke. U.S. hurricane season officially began Sunday and lasts through November. When did Reuters start writing Onion articles? Sometimes they have some pretty whack articles. Yeah, that's got to be a bad joke. Ha ha. I live in rural VA. We have one volunteer fire station with the closest hospital 45 minutes away. I wonder if things getting even worse with the big bad bill will sway some people in rural areas. I mean, again, having things be bad is not enough if you also don't have an option for a path through, right? Like a way to it, like offering people something that isn't just, oh yeah, this is bad and it's all just bad. That there has to be pushback to the bad, but pushback in the form of, here is a better option for you, right? Because otherwise people will just be like, yeah, life sucks. It's really hard. We get fucked 7 ways to Sunday, and yet I'm just going to keep putting one foot in front of the other and try and make it through, you know? I mean, it's socialism or barbarism, you know? Okay. Let me quickly cover the Epstein stuff, because there is drama in MAGA land. All of MAGA.
We've got a bombshell late.
MAGA who have been sitting here like, Donald Trump is going to release the Epstein files. Pam Bondi said she has the list on her desk. All these pedophiles going down. Donald Trump, our man, definitely not a pedophile. Definitely had nothing to do with Epstein aside from, years of being Epstein's best friend, per Epstein's own words. And surely they're going to take down the deep state pedophile cabal. Alex Jones was literally crying, of course. And I've already seen posts being like, you guys, we need to move on from MAGA people. They're like, we need to move on from this Epstein thing, okay? Like, there's bigger problems that we have. Everyone just needs to move on. And it's like, okay, so what was that whole show when libs of TikTok and other big MAGA supporters were waving around phase 1 of the Epstein, of the Epstein report? What was that whole thing? Did you see Kash Patel's interview with Rogan? He looked like he was on some type of drugs. Yeah, that man looks like he's on drugs, and also that he keeps making a poopy. He's always got that face of like he's in some shit. He do be looking like that. It's especially crazy because it's Kash Patel and Dan Bongino in the FBI doing this. Two guys who have talked about Epstein for years, but now they just are clearly, because they're being told, like Pam Bondi, Dan Bongos, Kash Patel, they're all getting their orders.
Night update here. According to Axios, quote, President Trump's Justice Department and FBI have concluded they have no evidence that convicted sex offender and disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein.
I hate to do the whole, like, can you imagine if the Democrats, but can you imagine, how Trump and all these people would be responding if this were the Democrats being like, oh, we've come to the conclusion that Jeffrey Epstein did not have a blackmailing client. He didn't have a client list that he was using to blackmail powerful figures. He was not murdered. Case closed. Like, that's it. They would do another January 6th. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe we'll see one yet, but it'll be a January 6th against Donald Trump. I don't know.
Blackmailed powerful figures, kept a client list, or was murdered, according to a memo detailing the findings obtained by Axios, which suddenly makes this appearance by Attorney General Pam Bondi back in February all the more interesting.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on.
It's already not. It's 8:30 already. Okay.
On my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive.
So are we supposed to believe that these files, then she opened it up and it was just empty? That this thing on her desk was just empty pages? Like, oh, well, I guess nothing to see here.
The president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, we'll check back with you.
Now, look, I really don't have.
They were written in lemon juice. Yeah, it's like in National Treasure when they had to decode what was on the back of the Declaration of Independence with a little lemon juice.
An opinion one way or the other here, but I certainly do find it interesting that Pam Bondi could be reviewing the client list in February that no longer exists in July. If somebody can explain to me how that works, I'm all ears. It's also worth asking, what about all of these right-wing influencers who are gifted phase 1 of the Epstein files? Why would you have an entire
again, this was disgusting. Let me just state, libs of TikTok and these other MAGA influencers, fuck these people. They are vile. This is disgusting to be like like all the statements and the glee that they were exhibiting, when it's like, let's remember that Jeffrey Epstein and all those who were involved with what he was doing, that it was the predation and sexual abuse of girls, of like, it's pedophilia, what we're talking about, that like these were horrific sex crimes being committed. And it was so gross the way that they were doing this little show on the steps of the White House.
Event at the White House for these conservative internet personalities if there was no there. Was Pam Bondi lying when she summoned these people to the White House and said that the client list was on her desk? Or is she lying now when she says that that client list no longer exists? What was in those binders that were handed out to all of these right-wingers that they waved around? Are they in on it too?
So you have Mitt Romney, binders full of women, and then you have Pam Bondi, binders full of nothing, like just nothing.
Wouldn't these truth seekers like Chaya Raichik and Jack Posobiec not tell their audiences the truth? Are they part of some big cover-up, or did they
I mean, literally, you can see how the conspiracies can abound. Like, there's already conspiracies, right? There have been conspiracies. How do people look at this and then go, all right, moving on? Like, that's it. That's all. But how about Hillary Clinton's laptop or Hunter Biden's laptop?
Know that there was no there. The whole thing was just a scam to sell a con job to the rubes in the base. Take all the time you need with that one. I mean, I'm sorry, but it has been God knows how many years of Republicans accusing the Democrats of being part of some deep state conspiracy seeking to protect pedophiles, and yet now look at who those very people are protecting. And don't take my word for it, take Elon Musk's, from a certain tweet that nearly got him deported. He took to Twitter writing, "Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT." Wait, Donald Trump? No, that couldn't possibly be the case. I think if there was some grand connection between Trump and Epstein, we would
Also, let me be clear that sexual abuse and sexual abuse of children is not something that is limited to those of a certain political party or a certain political background. It is not something where it's like only Republicans are child rapists or sex abusers. Like, that is, I just want to make that clear that, again, the whole Epstein thing and the whole, like, people in power and, you know, people of great wealth being involved in sex crimes, that is not something that is limited to one political party, you know?
Probably know about it.
Just like foreign policy, pedophilia is a uni-party. Where's QAnon on this? Like, this is the pedophile crime ring they dedicate their last 10 years to exposing. QAnon is like, they're too busy trying to like reveal Oprah Winfrey and Tom Hanks as like the leaders of the sex trafficking cabal in Hollywood.
Oh, well, I guess we do know about that connection. But still, that was a long time ago. It's not like Trump has said anything recently that would suggest that he's got something to hide, right?
Sorry, that song is
Would you
ruined now.
declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
Oh.
But I think I would.
I gotta give the right credit for one thing. The cognitive dissonance is truly incredible. They can both attack Jeffrey Epstein to the ends of the earth for the depraved human being that he was, while also miraculously excusing Donald Trump for being so obviously and visibly intertwined with the guy. I mean, my God, if he'll...
QAnon when actual evidence, QAnon when wild conspiracy theories without a shred of evidence. Like, that's the thing. These really insane conspiratorial groups like QAnon, the thing about conspiracies, there's always a shred of reality, right? There's always a shred of truth. And then it spins out into just the most insane shit where, this reality, this truth of how power and wealth protects abusers and enables them, and how, sex crimes being committed against children, against adults is something that absolutely exists. This is true. Like, these are things that no one is denying, but it's when then people go too far down the rabbit hole, start barking up the crazy tree, and are like, celebrities in Hollywood are sacrificing children so that their movies will do well. So like that they can star in this movie that they're in, right? Like, oh yeah, they're harvesting adrenochrome. They've got a basement with children locked up in it, and ask Tom Hanks because he has the key.
Hillary Clinton was in the same city as Jeffrey Epstein, the right would claim that she was responsible for his entire operation. But you've got Trump literally standing next to Epstein in God knows how many photos and videos, and it's wiped from everybody's brains. Listen to Trump's own words while speaking with New York Magazine in 2002. "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life." Yeah, I wonder if Trump knew about Epstein's habits while explaining that his victims were, quote, on the younger side. I don't know, guys. I think the jury's still out on this one. Let's just believe Donald Trump when he suggests that Joe Biden died in 2020 and is now a robot, an actual thing he posted. But when it comes time to make a call on Trump's association with Epstein, I think there's simply not enough evidence. Got it. There's also some, let's call it, tension between what some members of the Trump administration were saying before they came into office versus what they're saying now. And I'm talking specifically about Dan Bongino. For example, this was Bongino before becoming deputy FBI director when he discussed Epstein.
Ladies and gentlemen, nobody knows how much material people have on Jeffrey Epstein. Who was videoed where those videos are. I was told by someone a long time ago, a very knowledgeable reporter, and it's not my information. I'm not hiding. I mean, oh, you're hiding up for some foreign government. You're protecting. I'm not protecting anyone.
It's kind of crazy to see how the Trump 2.0 administration has led to these multiple fracturing points within the MAGA system, like the bombing of Iran, the ripping families apart, ripping communities apart, utilizing ICE. Like, things have not been so harmonious in MAGA land because of the first 6 months of Trump's second administration, like not even a year into the presidency. And now, you've got a lot of the biggest MAGA influencers who their whole thing, like not their whole thing, but one of their biggest things has been, we're going to take down the sex trafficking, pedophile, deep state. Of course, they say that it's the Democrats, right? Who were clients of Jeffrey Epstein, and Donald Trump is going to help us do that. And now they're sitting here like, well, what the fuck? You promised us that we were going to release the Epstein files, that you were going to like unveil the list. Is that steroids or some shit, that getting red thing like that Vinny guy too? Oh, yeah. No, this is part of the look, you know? Don't get dead on, don't get tread on, whatever the fuck that fuck ass shit they say. It's crazy because Epstein ended up getting so much attention, but these people won't even believe women when we confide in them about friends and respected community members being sex pests. Oh yeah, no, there's so much dissonance.
I'm only telling you
what
I was told. That some governments around the world may have some material that's related to the Epstein thing. Bill Clinton was knee deep in this, man. I have a very, very good source. I've told you this story. Forgive me for repeating it if you're a P1, but some people are new here and never heard this. He was on the plane.
His eyes are bulging out of his head. Look at his eyeballs.
With Bill Clinton and Epstein on one of Epstein's planes, when Bill Clinton was on the plane with some women who, according to my source, looked underage.
You know, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure of that? I'm absolutely sure of that. That he's either a witting or unwitting asset, intelligence asset. There's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge mistake. The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption like, oh yeah, Epstein had him.
And now, well, this is Bongino's answer when asked why the files hadn't been released.
On the Epstein files, listen, I know this is a hot potato for folks. I totally understand. My comments were clear. I'm not paid for my opinion.
Look at him with the suit on now. He's like, listen, folks, he's less red. His eyes are less bulging. He's a corporate man now.
Anymore. I work for the taxpayer now. I'm paid on evidence. That's it. The evidence we have in our files clearly indicates that it was, in fact, a suicide. We do have video. It's not the greatest video in the world. I don't want to set expectations on fire.
Which might explain some of the backlash that Bongino is now getting online. Here is just a small sampling of the replies to Bongino's latest tweet, which, by the way, isn't even about Epstein. FBI Director Dan Bongino is participating in the cover-up of the largest pedophile ring ever. You'll never not be discredited now. Fraud. Really had hopes that you were the one to bring it all to light. What a disappointment. Sellout. All trust is gone.
Look, I'm not trying to get into the conspiracy world here, but it is kind of interesting that they shut that Epstein down real fast, like 3 weeks after Elon Musk, who also fuck Elon Musk, tweeted, oh yeah, by the way, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, which is why you haven't seen anything yet. It is a little like, So y'all close the book on that one. Also, like, it's just this whole thing. You know, let's not forget about Virginia Giuffre and Jeffrey and Epstein's other abuse victims who testified, who you know, Virginia ended up dying by suicide because of the horrific experiences that she had gone through. And it's not, you know, this doesn't boil down to trying to get Donald Trump, right, because of, again, any type of team sport politics, but because Jeffrey Epstein and his collaborators were horrific sex criminals, and the victims deserve justice. And also because, again, we live in a world where power and wealth protect abusers, enables abusers. And whether it is Sean Combs in Hollywood or it is Jeffrey Epstein and whoever else was with Jeffrey Epstein, I mean, you know, that's what this all comes down to.
We are more worried about the Epstein cover-up. Traitor, just blink twice if they've threatened you. You should be arrested for criminal conspiracy. And it goes on and on and on. So look, will this have any impact on Trump supporters' willingness to carry water for their God King? Maybe for a few people, they will realize the extent to which they've been lied to by Trump, by Bongino, by Bondi, by all of these right-wing grifters who waved around binders filled with supposedly incriminating information. Maybe now everybody will realize what a con job the MAGA Republican Party has become. The whole thing is a scam to keep the marks thinking that they are fighting some righteous fight, when in reality, the real purpose of that stuff is keeping everybody nice and distracted while Republican officials lower their own taxes. Perhaps now MAGA will finally realize the extent to which they've been conned, while the people in power make themselves richer by the day.
Surely they'll figure it out. Surely. Yeah, I believe it. I believe that we will see an expulsion of hogs from the MAGA base, and surely good changes to come. I don't know. I mean, if it's like, how much more do you need to see that this person you have worshipped, that you have created a cult of personality around, is not a good guy, does not have your back, nor is a person that is doing any of the things that you thought they would be doing, but also like doing them in a way that you thought they would be doing? I don't know. I mean, look, there are members of a cult. There are members of the cult that will always be in the cult, that will, like, no matter what happens, they'll find a way to defend. But I don't know what to tell MAGA. I mean, this is the guy. This is how it goes. Speaking of people that have lost credibility, oh yeah, this
Back
fucking
with our
asshole.
law and justice lead and Elon Musk's favorite story. A new Justice Department memo reveals that the Justice Department has no evidence that convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful people or...
We can't move on without this.
I want to be at the RNC. I want to see Patricia McCloskey. I want to scream for the GOP. I want to sit with Dan Bongino. I want to show the American flag. Eggs behind the toilet in Grandma's basement. I want to ask him if he'll be my dad. I want to change my name to Nick Bongino. I want to tell him about the man in the stairs. He kind of looks like Dan Bongino.
You guys, I have never seen this.
Go down there, but I would be safe with Dan Bongino. I want to be at the RNC. I want to be like Dan Bongino. I want to be at the RNC. I want to be like Dan Bongino. I want to.
Oh no, that's gonna be stuck in my head. Oh no. Oh, welcome to haircuts. I want to be at the RNC. Oh boy. Never forget the person in DOJ who gave Epstein in 2007 a slap on the wrist was Jim Acosta, who played a prominent role in the first Trump administration. You mean Alex Acosta, right? Or he was the one. Wait, no. He prosecuted. He chose not to prosecute. Yep. It was Alex Acosta. I'm bad with names. That's okay. No worries. There's a lot of people who have similar names and often have done similar bad things. Yeah. Thank you for introducing me to this. I've never seen that before, but now I have.
Kept a client list or was
RNC.
murdered in prison. The memo, first reported by Axios, is a sharp turn from the Trump administration's insistence that there was much more to uncover. Even Attorney General Pam Bondi pushed that theory while in office. Take a look.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein.
Paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that.
Joining us now to discuss CNN's Evan Pettis and Axios' Alex Eisenstadt, who broke the story on Axios. And
didn't they release video that's missing time? So they released two different videos that are like 11 hours in footage. And I know like CoffeeZilla has been he made a video about this and has been tweeting about it, but like there's 1 minute of time, or it's something from like 11:58 p.m. to midnight where it's missing. And this is also where now people are like breaking down frame by frame and going, that looks different from this next frame, like they've video manipulated. I mean, this is just like ripe for conspiracies.
And Alex, I have to say, I'm with the people that still have questions about this. I kind of don't buy the nothing to see here. And I don't know that the Justice Department helped their case. They released this video. Let's show it. It shows no one entered the area surrounding Epstein's cell in the hours before he died. But there's something significant about this videotape. What is it?
Well, here's one thing that some people on the internet are picking up on, which is that there is about a minute missing between 11:58 p.m. 58 seconds and 12 a.m. the night that Epstein was apparently killed or died. And so
the official story is that he died by suicide. That's
correct.
what then Trump Attorney General Bill Barr said a few years ago.
Died. And so now there are, it's going to intensify more.
I mean, like, why would you put out this video with a minute or 2 minutes missing and not expect that people are going to be like, that internet sleuths are not going to break down frame by frame and be like, this is different. Where's the missing footage? Where's the missing footage? Yeah, remember there was no video before and now there is video and then this part of the video is missing.
Conspiracy theories about what happened the night of Epstein's death. And of course, you have the DOJ and FBI now,
Alex
which are trying
Jones
to
is like,
extinguish a lot of these conspiracy theories. But that's not happened today online. If you look at the MAGAverse,
on his deathbed,
they're inflamed about this.
Well, I mean, no offense to Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, but they had a hand in igniting some of these conflagrations. I mean, in February, the White House invited these conservative MAGA influencers to get a first look at the declassified documents related to the Epstein case. Look at that, all those binders. They gave them binders that said Epstein Files Phase 1. And Evan, at the time, you wrote that this is something of a self-own for the Justice Department. Why?
It absolutely was. Those binders, those documents in those binders, all of that was public for years. And that's what the influencers found out. When they opened it up, they're like, wait a minute, all of this stuff has been out there. And the Justice Department could have helped themselves and perhaps reduce the embarrassment if they had just picked up the phone and talked to some of the prosecutors in New York and some of the FBI.
What did this
Department
hat
could have
say?
helped themselves and
Trump was right about everything.
And perhaps reduce the embarrassment.
Do you think people with those hats are burning them today?
If they had just picked up the phone and talked to some of the prosecutors in New York and some of the FBI agents who had done this case, and they could have told them all of this stuff has been out there. But you know why they didn't do that is because they fired all these people. So they didn't have anybody to talk to, right? And so, this is something that they have absolutely fanned. And so now they own this. And that is part of the problem here. And they've been struggling with what to do about this, Jake, for some time, because agents spent overnight shifts redacting these documents, and then what they ended up with were pages that were filled with blackout.
Yeah.
They cannot release it because it would re-victimize some of the victims.
Do you know what makes me think that Trump was on that list? The fact that they said that they were going to release the list, that they had the list, that they were going to, that it was all going to be made public, and then going, oh, there is no list. That's what makes me think that Trump is on the client list.
Under federal law, there's a Privacy Act. So
You've got the
that's
list,
what they were
folks,
facing. They were realizing
and there's
that
nobody
they were
on
going
the
to release
list.
a bunch of black pages that would have only fanned the conspiracy.
And Alex, a lot of people in the MAGA world are very upset, very disappointed with Attorney General Bondi, very upset with the director and deputy director of the FBI, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. Mike Lindell of My Pillow fame posted on X, as trusted voices like Bongino, Kash, and Bondi align with the official story. Many are asking who's still willing to demand real answers. Laura Loomer, who I only cite because apparently she has influence with President Trump.
Gets people fired.
She got national
This
security.
is so funny to me, though, how they're blaming Pam Bondi and not Trump. As if, like, Pam Bondi is making these decisions separate from what is being dictated to her by Trump and, by Trump. That, like, oh, yeah, no. The person to blame here entirely is Pam Bondi.
Security Council people fired. She posted, if Attorney General Bondi doesn't get fired over this Epstein memo, people are going to be so black-pilled. They were obviously hoping for a different outcome. And I have to say, Alex, I find it hard to believe that we still don't know so much about this case.
Yeah, and I don't think the conspiracy theories are ever going to stop. But big picture, this is...
Are you suggesting they not blame it all on a woman? You know what? My feminism dictates that it's not fair that Ghislaine Maxwell is sitting in prison and no one else is. And also that Pam Bondi is being yelled at for this. Okay? That is misogyny. Free Pam Bondi. Free Ghislaine Maxwell. No, obviously it's like... I fucking hate Pam Bondi, but this idea that she is acting independently from Donald Trump, that she is not Donald Trump's attack dog, is crazy. That's just a way for like MAGA psychos like Loomer to not to like have to publicly be outraged about there being no client list, but not blame it on their Lord and Savior Donald Trump.
Sort of what happens when you have the MAGA influencerization
joke.
of the DOJ and the FBI, right? You put Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, who before going into the FBI were MAGA influencers.
Talking about this stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so now they come in and there are high expectations. They were going to deliver, and they came up empty-handed. And so there's a lot of anger about that. And the MAGA universe is not...
Trump's like a roach dodging any actual ownership of anything that happens in his administration. I love that he's the president. He's the one who they're like, oh, when good things happen, it's all because of Donald Trump. But when bad things happen, they're like, Trump had nothing to do with it. We're not going to blame Donald Trump because he's just a whittle bean. He's just a small
after
bean.
months of teasing the release of new information about the accused sex trafficker
Luffy loves
Jeffrey
Lofi.
Epstein
Thank you for the
and
8
his
months.
alleged client list, the Justice Department, well, they're now saying that no evidence or such a list actually existed, or that Epstein was murdered. The DOJ saying it does not plan to release any new documents on the matter, and writing today in a memo, quote, there was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged parties. Joining me now is CNN senior justice correspondent.
Insane that they'll say that and then also be like, we have all this evidence that people like Mahmoud Khalil and other, pro-Palestinian student activists have committed terrorism. It's like, okay, yeah, DOJ, we certainly believe you and certainly see where your priorities lie. Totally. Keep going hard on these terrorists who you claim are terrorists per evidence that you have, and that you need to spend the whole, put the whole weight of your department on ensuring cannot do terrorist stuff anymore.
Correspondent Evan Perez and CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams. Evan, you've reported on this for, I think, years on some level now. Tell us how this memo kind of came to be, how this case became such a fixation.
Well, the case became a fixation in part because the Attorney General and other people around President Trump have fanned the flames of this conspiracy, that there was some bombshell hidden.
Yeah. Donald Trump and the people around him have been the ones who for years now have led the charge on taking down Epstein's associates, release the Epstein files, like unveil the sex trafficking deep state cabal that the Democratic Party is responsible for. So it's like now here you have this situation where Donald Trump and a lot of the loudest voices who were Epstein's clients. He was blackmailing them. Where's the videotape? Where's, release the files? Who are now like, yeah, so about that, we investigated and we found nothing
in these Epstein documents, and everyone has known. Certainly, a lot of the documents that the Justice Department has been looking at, they've been out in public already for years. Because you remember, some of his co-defendants went on trial after his 2019 suicide. So this is no surprise to anyone who's been paying attention, but for people inside the Justice Department who certainly encourage this kind of belief out there, they're now having to admit that there's really no there there. And you see in the memo, it says the systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions, or that he was murdered. Again, all of these things were known. It's just that there was a certain part of the internet, and certainly on Twitter, a lot of MAGA believers who believed that there was something here that was being hidden.
Yeah, and look, the White House, I think, on some
also
level,
like this has been such a big part of MAGA, a lot of MAGA people's lives, going after the truth of Jeffrey Epstein and the client list and getting to the bottom of the blackmail. Like this has been a big part of their existence, their purpose. And now they're being told that there's nothing.
was active participants at some elements of those corners of the internet. What did the White House say about this case earlier today?
Well, today they had to react to the
Crazy
fact
how he
that
just killed himself when
just
they
a
had
couple
no
months ago,
evidence, too.
the Attorney General on Fox News
Yeah, that just
seemed to
happened.
indicate that there was a client list sitting on her desk. And now what they're saying, what she's referring to is just that she was looking at the larger number of documents that were out there. And again, they held an event at the White House where they brought in all the MAGA influencers to look at these binders, which ended up being documents that had been on the internet and had been available publicly for years.
Elliot, before I ask you a question, I want to play that sound that Evan was just talking about. Take a listen.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
Elliot, you used to work for the Justice Department, and Attorney General is saying that, and then a memo like this coming into the public sphere. What does it tell you about what happened here?
It's embarrassing what happened here, Phil. Look, the Attorney General, this is to Evan's point a moment ago, sort of fanned the flames of these truly bonkers, I won't say the full word, conspiracy theories that have been allowed to infiltrate not just American life, but also the government at the highest levels. There are basic facts here that we ought to accept. Number one, Jeffrey Epstein did really bad things to many people. And number two, Jeffrey Epstein killed himself in prison before he could face trial. Those are facts. That is truth. Any suggestion to the contrary is simply not held by serious people. And the Attorney General herself, quite frankly, is responsible for allowing some of this nonsense to get out there. Now, thankfully, the Justice Department has put this memorandum out there, but this is just a bad look for the Justice Department. It's actually quite shameful.
Elliot, is it normal for DOJ to release a memo like this?
I mean, look, you guys, again, I always feel a responsibility as a person with a platform and a person who tries to be like serious and thoughtful to not engage in like baseless conspiracy. However, the keyword is baseless. Yeah. I think there's quite a bit of reason to believe that there were people who had incentives to make sure that Jeffrey Epstein didn't try to cut any deal, didn't make it to trial, didn't make it to life. So I'm just saying, I don't think that Mr. on the left here being like, there's two things we know to be factually true, to be like 100% the truth. And the second thing is that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. I don't know about that, Chief.
It really isn't, Phil, only because the memorandum is really pushing back against conspiracy theories. It's not, explaining why someone wasn't charged with a crime or explaining why someone was charged with a crime or explaining the facts of the case. It is merely put out there to debunk some of this nonsense that the Attorney General actually helped fan the flames up by handing these memos out, these binders out at the White House and so on. So no, it is not common at all. Certainly the Justice Department makes public statements all the time. They make public statements to our reporters like Evan Perez, and that's fine. But pushing back on conspiracy theories is not a core competency of any member of the Justice Department, and quite frankly, it should not be.
Evan, real quick before I let you go, any repercussions for the Attorney General on this?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can see people on the right.
He also committed suicide while on suicide watch. This guy's just too good.
The Attorney General to be fired. This is not over because the fact that these documents are not out means that these conspiracies will live on.
Hey, are you guys going to tell us what happened here? Or?
Frankly, it's on a need-to-know basis.
I think we need to know.
Look, the guy is dead, and even though he left a huge client list and video footage, trust us when we say he was a lone wolf.
This is bullshit, right?
Right. Well, not really. I mean, what do you expect me to say, huh?
True.
Hold on. Hey, I'm the new administration. I think something fishy's going on here.
Yes, we know.
There's no frickin' way this guy unalived himself.
Wait, just say killed. Oh, God.
No. We're the cool ones. We're going to reveal everything. I've had a look at these documents. Holy shit.
Really?
You guys have no idea.
You have some idea.
Horrifying crime.
You sound so excited.
An actual conspiracy that actually happened, and we have the evidence. We're going to show you.
Do it.
Do what?
Show us the evidence.
Oh, we have.
No, you haven't.
You know me. I would never lie about this shit. The dude unalived himself, plain and simple.
Whatever. Just show us the client list. Show us who he blackmailed.
There's no list, man. Come on.
What? I just said what?
Oh, sorry. I thought you said...
You've been saying there was a list.
No.
What?
Oh, no, thank you.
What?
Yeah.
I've been following this story for over a decade. I can't believe this is a result of the investigation. I remember people calling me crazy for believing the theories to begin with. Now the dude is dead for funsies, I guess. I mean... Look, I've been watching Mr. Robot. So I'm kind of in the mindset of like, where's the anonymous hacker group when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein's client list? But where's Mr. Robot? Great show so far, by the way. Yes, this is my first watch because I've been wanting to watch this show forever, and I don't know. It's just one of those that it's always been a like, I need to watch the show. I need to watch the show. I need to watch the show. So finally I started watching it. I'm like, oh yeah, this is good. I love watching the show and pretending like I understand all of the references. Like I'm keeping up with the hacker dialogue. I'm like, yep. They're hacking into the mainframe. You're doing this IRL. Literally, I'm like, Mr. Robot is Breaking Bad level. It's really good so far. I'm only 3 episodes in, but yeah. So where's our Mr. Robot getting the truth for the people here? If you want a palate cleanser, wait, is this Kyle MacLachlan? Because I have become obsessed with Kyle MacLachlan's silly little TikTok videos that he makes. Look at this goofy guy.
Valentine. Yes, you can hold my hand if you want to. 'Cause I'll be your best friend and you'll be my Valentine. Yes, you can hold my hand if you want to.
Oh, this is what we need in this trying time. We need Kyle MacLachlan making silly lip syncing videos. Pam Bondi, who are you protecting? This is Roger Stone. Jesse, please forward the names of your attorneys so that I can serve them, because you're not going to defame me on X without getting your ass sued. Your move, bitch. Did you just admit to being a pedophile in Epstein's book? Yo, like, again, I want justice. I want justice for all those who were victims of Epstein and those who were collaborating with Epstein. But also seeing how MAGA is fracturing. And it's like, yeah, you dummies. Are you realizing now that there's a lot of people who you thought were like a part of your righteous crusade? What you have seen as your righteous crusade for years now, who actually are maybe feel different from you. Maybe they're not a part of that crusade. Also, who do you think Pam Bondi would be protecting? I'll give you a hint. It rhymes with Ronald Rump. Angie's version, thank you for the 8 months. I mean, this is literally what got Trump elected. I can't tell you how many former normie friends got sucked up into the Epstein conspiracy, was convinced that Trump was appointed by God to take down the global Epstein sex trafficking apparatus. Oh my God. Like, even when it's crazy that, like, even when, yeah, I'll give you a hint. He's the president and he's Pam Bondi's boss. How about that? Even when, like, all of the years of evidence of Trump and Epstein not only knowing each other, but being very close, and Trump definitely being on the plane, like, we know that for sure. Even when all that was circulating, people like MAGA would still be like, no. Trump is, like, on the inside working to take it down, you know? He's taking down all those who were involved with the Epstein sex trafficking ring. It's the entire foundational conceit of QAnon. Yes, them believing that, like, Donald Trump was their inside man. White hat. Yeah, he's a white hat. I was told by God that he's a white hat undercover PDF. He's a genius Sherlock type. He's just waiting for the right time to take it all down. Yeah. Just keep waiting. Now's a good time to watch this.
Look at this. No, this is major. They've already burned through the NCIS public firewall.
We'll isolate the node and dump them on the other side of the router.
I'm trying. It's moving too fast.
I'm in the mainframe.
It's not good. They're using our connection to the Infus database. Sever it.
I can't. It's a point attack.
I'm in the mainframe, you guys.
It's not possible. This DoD level 9 encryption. It would take months.
This is me hacking. Like if I were on Mr. I'd be like, oh my god, I think I did it. Oh my god, you guys, I'm doing it. I'm in.
What is that, video game?
No, Tony, we're getting hacked.
They get an
Look at me.
The entire NCIS network is next.
I can't stop him. Do something, McGee.
I've never seen code like this.
I have literally hacked into the mainframe.
Where'd it go, Abby?
I didn't do anything. I thought you did.
You guys, oh my god, I'm so in. I'm in the mainframe. I did it. I mean, I totally did it. Can you believe it? Oh my god. Holy shit. What? Like it's hard? Okay, Will is almost done, and then we are going to jump into some gaming, but I have to show something. Okay, wait. Let me show you guys this. Does anybody watch The Worst Show in the World, which is the show that is And Just Like That? Do I have any other And Just Like That watchers in chat? Fuck no. Okay. And Just Like That is the follow-up show to Sex and the City. It's a show that I've talked about multiple times where I'm like, this is the worst show ever, and I still am watching it because now I'm like hate watching it at this point. So there is a massive plot hole that fans, which I don't even think I would call us fans. I think we all, everyone who watches And Just Like That hates this show, but we still watch it. Where fans have recognized a massive plot hole. And I have two theories. Theory one is that the writers of this show don't give a fuck about this show. Like everyone who's working on this show just hates this show. They don't care. Or two, that they use like ChatGPT or something. Look at this.
I called Charlotte. My father died.
Oh my God. When?
So this was season 3. This was a recent episode of season 3 where Lisa, one of the characters of the show, her father just died. Oh, so sad. Oh gosh. Oh, Lisa's father just died.
This afternoon. He had a stroke out of nowhere.
Tragic.
I'm just a mess.
Okay. Hold on a second. Because in season 1,
I could barely keep it together in front of the girls just now. I was the exact same way when I lost my dad last year. I could see my rings literally shaking on my hands while I was trying to be so strong for them. It's hard.
Now, maybe she's got 2 fathers. Maybe that's how they explain this plot hole, that actually Lisa has 2 fathers. Maybe she just lied to get sympathy. It's just like this hilarious thing. And I know if you don't watch the show, maybe you don't give a shit, but I cannot tell you enough. Like, this show is so bad. The writing on the show is so bad. And I'm laughing being like, okay, yeah, maybe the writers feel the way that the viewers do, which is that they just don't give a shit about this. They don't give a shit about this. Your homophobia is showing. The reason why I know it's not 2 fathers is because Lisa has also referenced her, like, the kids have referenced grandma. Okay, like we know mom is there. Unless maybe 2 dads and a mom. Who knows? Maybe 3 dads. You're right. Maybe I'm being very limited. You know, maybe my cis het is showing. Okay, who knows? They should just, you know what? At this point, they should just keep killing her dad off as a running gag, as like an insider's thing, where it's like the real ones know that Lisa's father has now died 4 times as a plot point. Maybe 4 divorces. Maybe. God of Raw, thank you for the 6 months. Oh my God, they killed Lisa's dad. Those bastards. Those bastards killed her father again. My 5 dads and 2 moms and 1 sister wife. Oh my God. My 5th dad died. She calls them all dad and is upset every time. Yeah, it's just like it's so wacky. It's so wacky. And it's also just like, oh, okay, good to know that the writers also don't give a fuck about this show. Nobody cares about this show. I will have you know, I just put into the YouTube search bar, I was trying to look up Bad Bunny. I was trying to look up Bad Bunny because I wanted to watch Bad Bunny's music video. But instead of Bad Bunny, I typed in Baby Bunny. And this is what popped up. Baby bunnies. I went, hold on a second. That's not what I meant. Wait a minute. That's a real Quan moment there. Oh, it's so good. This is on repeat. This is on repeat. Yeah. So you know what? Bad Bunny just reminded us that pop stars can do more than just like post memes, right? Pop stars can do more than just like put out very watered down, neutral ass, fence sitting statements. I need a Bad Bunny and Zoran collab. Me too. I also love that Bad Bunny was like, I'm not touring in the US. Why would I? Fuck that shit. Share that, please. You got it. You got it. Yeah, I mean, you know what? This guy, he's one of the biggest stars in the world. He's Bad Bunny. And he is making his disdain, his hatred of Trump and his disgusting immigration policies very clear in the art that he's putting out. Him skipping Continental America. I know I'm sad because I actually like have become a Bad Bunny fan in recent times. And I'm like, I would love to go see Bad Bunny, but I also respect. It is also iconic. I miss when we had non-political music like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Well, actually, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star was about Soviet Russia. You just don't know. In 1977, Puerto Ricans took over Statue of Liberty to demand the independence of Puerto Rico. That's what this song was about. Hell yeah. And, oh, finally. Okay, what? Oh, wait. Oh, wait, hold on, Wills. Hold on a second. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. All right. Well, I'm still waiting on William Neferson, so I'm like, do I just jump in? Do I jump in or do I kill more time? Have you seen that? I know he's doing the horse racing game. Everybody is doing the horse racing game. What?
You got right now! The Kentucky.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. I thought when you guys said the horse girl racing game, I didn't know that they were like actual
Derby's on the line.
I thought that they were on horses. Like literal horses. Not anime girls racing as horses. Why does this feel like a fetish? What is this game?
Come on! Here she comes down the stretch! It's neck and neck! It could be anyone's race! She's in second! Down the sideline! She might have it! Gold ship!
So that's why I've been waiting all this time for Will to finish doing what he was doing, because he's been playing this game, and I was like, oh, I guess it must be really fun racing horses in this game that I thought you race horses in. Ah, now I understand. The girls are based on actual IRL competition horses in Japan. Oh. Can I And they had to get all the naming rights for all of them? Okay. You made them too. Oh. Why does this say failed to determine content classification? Why is this clip of Will Neff racing anime girl horses not working? Why is this not showing up? What the fuck? Honest to God, thought it was like a Barbie horse game, and I thought so too! When they said the horse girl game, I thought you just meant like girls racing horses.
That's the final turn, right? I don't know, the track just looks like a straight line at the top. Maybe this is the final turn. 5th place, do something! 6th place! 7th place! He's done.
Is Northern Lion the first one who played this game, and now all these guys are playing it?
She didn't even get velocity up. Career over. I don't even care, you're not even on the screen anymore.
No, but he's good.
I don't even want to.
No, he actually resisted for the longest time.
Oh my god. We were like 14th? 14th place?
Where have you been? This has been going on for weeks. I don't know. I was here. And I had people be like, hey, are you going to play the horse girl game?
13th place.
And I was like, oh, I don't know. I mean, maybe. And I don't know. I guess I'm just so fucking naive and thought that it was. I thought it was like a real horse racing game. Okay. He got like 30,000 viewers playing this. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Bryce Shower fell in a race in 1995 and was euthanized. I don't know if that's true, but dropping that message in chat is so funny, man. It's so funny. It is true. Oh, shit. That's really funny. And now they live on, man, in Umamasume. Oh, shit. He was 6 years old at the time. Oh, fuck. That's not
He was
funny.
just a fucking kid.
Oh. Let's focus on the important stuff. I'm rushed for some reason. IRL rice shower fell in a race in 1990.
You know what? There are some things that I go. There are definitely parts of the internet that I guess I'm not a part of, that I completely, it just goes over my head. All right. Well, I'm gonna get into some Mecha Break. Let me see if Jay or Shy, anyone wanna play Mecha? Anyone wanna play Mecha? Or else I'm just gonna jump on in because it is already 9:30. That game single-handedly brought back horse betting to a new generation. As soon as you start a new video or game, he'll pop in. I know. That's what always happens is I wait for him and I'm like, okay, well, I have this, I have some I could watch, or I have like, thank you, Seer, for... Thank you, Seer, for playing and suggesting the free-to-play third-person mech shooter, Mecha Break. I have recommended the game to all my friends and family members and highly suggest that chat type !Mecha to download the game for free now. Thank you, Seer, for this wonderful game suggestion and allowing chat to download it for free. Hold on a second. I thought you guys did that copy pasta only in my chat. This is another thing that I'm finding out about. I'm just learning a lot of things tonight. It's okay. It's fine. No hard feelings. Yeah, it's all good, Thank you, Seer. Thank you, Seer. Truly, thank you, Seer. Wait, social media impressions starting to drop for Superman. What you heard is looking to be right. As your resident DC expert, you can trust that I have the inside scoop. I got it all. This is where you should go to get your scoop on all things inside baseball when it comes to DC. I got it all. What did you say? I said DC. That's right. DC as in Detective Comics. As in Superman is a part of DC. And not the other one. I missed the Superman tea. Basically, the Superman tea was that I had heard from people who were like part of the test audience that it's really good. That it is fire. Okay, let me change my title here. Playing Meccan up with, I'm just going to put Will Neff's name, even though he's too busy racing anime girls right now. Okay. Alrighty. Twitch. Okay. Alrighty. Let's do some gaming. Everybody. Okay, so let me just LGBT sound system. Thank you for the 2 months. Soul Man, cause I'm a soul man. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Thank you for the 7 months. To those of you who are leaving, goodbye. Thank you for joining me. I will I will be back tomorrow night. I got to go live a little bit earlier tomorrow. So I'll be live tomorrow night around 5 if you are heading out for the evening. And otherwise, this portion of the stream is once again sponsored by Mecha Break. They just loved my gameplay so much. Could not get enough of how much ass blasting I'm doing in the game. And they were like, we would love to have you back. And I said, yes, please. So today's sponsor is once again Mecha Break. Thank you to Amazing Season Games for sponsoring the stream. Mecha Break is a free-to-play third-person mech shooter, and it is super fun. I have now played this twice. So this is my 3rd time. Oh no, Jay Dilla got banned? I mean, I feel like that's something we're not supposed to speak about, but it's kind of like a rule of like, but he's like, what the heck? What? Because I just asked him if he wanted to play Mecha Break. Yeah, did they mean to partner him? Did they accidentally hit the wrong button? What the frick? Jay Dilla is like, I'm sorry, when I think of streamers who are like the least ban-worthy, he comes to mind. Imagine those buttons. Yeah, imagine there's 2 buttons, and one is ban, and the other is partner. And somebody just was like, they were drunk, and they hit the wrong button. That happened to T. Guy Tum from Rust. They fixed it in a couple days. What the heck? Who do I need to call? Let me put my Karen hat on. Daniel Clancy. Paging Daniel Clancy. Okay, anyway. All right. Kind of like when you rated a guy that you tried to ban like a month into streaming. Totally. That is maybe it was me who did it somehow. Maybe I accidentally did it. That is something that I would do. Like I mean to partner and then I accidentally ban. Or like I mean to ban and then I partner. What the heck?